Nine, eight, seven, six, five, four, three, two, one.
We see a two-man tie at 13 under par. Both Gurgaon-based golfers, Dhruv Sharon and Manu Gandas, are battling out for the title. I guess Dhruv will be a little bit on the nervy side because this will be his first ever title if he does the claim to flame and outpips his playing partner Manu Gandas. Manu, on the other hand, more of a veteran at a very young age on our tour because he's got 8 wins under his title and 8 wins under his belt. And when he gets going, it's pretty much
This is
a
tee
one
off
man
order
show
for
in
match
any
number
week when
7.
he is performing.
Badal
So,
Hussain, Shaurya
in
Bhattacharya,
case you're tuning into
Shaurya
the
Venu.
portals of AVP, PGTI, Eurosports, we are giving you live coverage of round 4. And in a short duration of time, we will be having our first winner of the inaugural Chennai Pro Championship.
We see Badal Hussain lining up for his tee shot. He had a good start yesterday, Aditya, but at some point in time, I think, after, like you've seen, hole 6 onwards, it was a bit of a tripwire and he went off the rails. But
Well, this looks like a stronger finish by Badal. Normally, a very rhythmic golf swing, and as you can see, won't be very pleased where that golf ball has found itself. Nonetheless, it looks like it's he's got a swing, and as long as a golfer has a swing, they can manifest something or the other, especially at the caliber which these guys are playing. Now, the youngster at a mere age of 21, Shaurya Bhattacharya, is been playing well and is contending in this week. Let's see what he has to do with the next 18 hole of challenge in front of him. That looks like a more controlled swing. He's eyeing it up and down. That means the ball is, very much in play. Just missing the fairway by a narrow margin. Shouldn't be a problem. Well, the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course, the venue for this Chennai Pro Championship 2024, welcomes its players with open arms by giving them a very fairly one of the easiest starts I would have predicted in my career. As you start off with two back-to-back par fives, I mean it doesn't get relatively easier. You still have to play your heart out, but it's relatively easier.
at the same time, Aditya, this first fairway is a little tricky. I mean, you have to find, pretty much a very ideal landing spot because going too far left or right can hide the green from your next shot. So it's very interesting how they get off. Shaurya Venu teeing off.
Well, he didn't seem to hold back an ounce of his energy on that one. And again, you see players trying to pound the golf ball on the very first tee shot is understandable, and we have some unwanted guest following that golf ball.
An interested spectator who wants to be as close to the ball as possible. And this is a very interesting group, Aditya. If you look at the two very young talents of Indian golf, bright names for the future, and Shaurya Binu and Shaurya Bhattacharya playing together, and both are tied in seventh place on 7 under, and they will be also, like you said, looking to make quick early gains and try and put pressure on the people who are further up the leaderboard. Though Dhruv and Manu Gandas look to be look to have a very comfortable cushion. But then, like we have seen on this course, a comfortable cushion can evaporate very quickly.
Well, as the tournament is on its final day, we had the local charge led by Pradyuman Prakash, S. Prashant, as well as amateurs Pranay and former Indian cricket star Mr. Murli Vijay. So quite a bit of talent coming in from Chennai to try and perform at their venue. And there you can see Manu just trying to loosen up and stay warmed up for his charge. Will be a very interesting watch. The Tamil Nadu Golf Federation TNGF Cosmo Golf Course is situated in the heart of the city and spreads over a whopping 90 acres of prime real estate. Imagine having that much area in the heart of the city. The golf course was inaugurated in 1938 and later redesigned by the legendary Mr. Peter Thompson. So it's gone a little bit of a changeover during its course of play, and after the restructuring of how the play has to be accommodated, the redesign and the construction of the new clubhouse, it's surely made things very interesting.
It's definitely made it more challenging. I mean, you would remember playing this course, and scoring seems to have become a little more difficult than it was earlier, because the new layout, they have completely changed around, which used to, the hole number one is now hole number seven. So they've kind of made it, they've turned the whole course on its axis. Uh, but the thing about this, like we saw in the first three rounds, if you stray from the fairway, the rough in Chennai particularly can catch you out very badly.
Yes, the blades of grass are no thicker than usual, and just being on the coastal side of the country, you do experience a little bit moisture in the surface. It tends to be a little extra. There you have both the double S's, Shaurya and Shaurya, trying to figure out their approach shots from the right hand side of the fairway.
This is the harder side of this, for this hole. I mean, in fact, going left over here is a little better than right, because you have this whole line of trees that kind of hide the green from sight in front of, from where the two Shauryas are.
Yeah,
So
on the plus side, the left from the left hand side, you get a cleaner lie because there's less of grass over there, but a monster in the terms of out of bound lurks over there. So I would think that we'll see a lot of balls being missed on to the right hand side of this fairway. I mean, if somebody would anticipate of a movement, it would be on the right hand side. Well, the tournament carries a whopping prize purse of 50 lakh rupees, and the format is stroke play. So the least number of shots is going to crown you with that prolific trophy, what we had been witnessing in the backdrop. Let's see if the young man from Gurgaon can, Dhruv Sharon can pick up his very first title, or does Manu Gandas just add one more notch in his superstar studded career? Wins up early today, so players will have that as a very big variable to contend with. So I think I mean, yesterday the wind was there, but it picked up a little later, maybe when the players were done with halfway of the round. The flood.
Shaurya Shaurya Binu seems to find himself in a bit of trouble, because he's not even, looks like he's not even decided on his next club. Aditya, he's still looking to which where he can put that ball out. He's taken a drop as well, like some
He's
sort of
taken a
relief.
relief from something. God knows what that is, but yeah, it is in a spot of bother. Not the kind of opening tee shot you want, but still, there you have Badal on the other side of the periphery. A much cleaner lie. It looks like he's got a fairly good swing, and by the moment he's asking the players, somebody to move aside, that means he will be giving it a fair whack.
In fact, from where Badal is, he has a straight line for the tee. There's nothing in front of him. Otherwise, just the trees he'll have to play out low. So he'll probably give it full beans, but on the low side. Whereas the two youngsters have found tea trouble, tree trouble. Badal looks to be happy with whatever obstruction was in his way has been removed.
I think the obstruction was our
It
camera
was one
crew.
of our camera crew.
I'm not quite sure what has happened over there, but that is a
He
very.
did go through with the shot, but even he's
Yeah,
not.
he's hit a shot. We'll quite soon come to know what's happened, but that reaction says that it totally didn't happen the way he intended it to. Maybe there's a piece of rock or small stone or pebble or something over there which got squeezed between the club face and the golf ball. Generally, in a little uncanny, precarious lies, this is something which we experience.
Yeah, but at least he's walking forward, so the ball has, seems to have progressed towards the green. And now we'll see how the two young men are going to figure their way out of the right side of the fairway, where there was one is right under the trees, Shaurya Binu, and Shaurya Bhattacharya is a little closer.
Yeah, sure. Bhattacharya has a cleaner, more squared up lie because it doesn't look like he's going to contend with the trees. That looks like a fairly long iron in his hand. So if he's got a long iron in his hand, that means the lie would be good, and that's a mighty heave from that thick rough. Let's see where that golf ball ends. I think that's not the desired result what he was looking for. Nonetheless, as the progress of round four commences, we have some very hot starts from
This
former
is
winner
Kilo
Hani
Fodder for match
Basoya
number 8.
and Subhash
Kshitij
Kamal.
Javed call. Jamal Hussain.
Hani has
Abhinav
made eagle
Lohan.
birdie, and Subhash has gone birdie eagle birdie. So a lot of deep red early up in the round is possible, but you will still have to notch up those clubs in the right direction. Hani Basoya is a prolific player. He's represented India on the Asian tours for a substantial time right now, and it's good to see him back on the home surface. No stranger to posting up deep red numbers. And now you have Kshitij Navid call gearing up for his tee shot. I think with the length Kshitij has, he should hold up with the playing partner, his playing group ahead of him. He can launch that ball a country mile. And there you have Shaurya Binu still on the right hand side, trying to figure out his short shape, what he would prefer on this hole.
He's not in a good place because there's water to his right in behind that line of bushes.
And there's water to
There's
the
a
right,
water
and
body.
he's constantly looking upwards. So that means he's got to contend with those overhanging branches of those trees as well. Well, he'll
Yeah,
have a tricky up and down coming up on the very first hole.
and he did find the green, Aditya, but I think he overshot it as well because he's crossed it and on to the other side.
There you have the Bangladeshi superstar, multi-talented Zamal Hossain. Zamal generally prefers to peg the ball on the left-hand side because he's a very good fader of the golf ball. There you have. He's also picked up on the right-hand side of the fairway, and some really good, talented camera work, I must say, from that far out to catch
Excellent,
that golf ball.
excellent work with the camera, and he seems to have found a reasonably safe spot. At least he's on the fairway, which gives him more options than if you leave it.
And you have Abhinav Lohan also giving the mighty heave ho to the golf ball. And that quick pickup of the tee means that the ball is in the correct direction. And as you can see, it has also found the fairway.
Yes, early gains this morning. Both Hani Masoya and Subhash Tamang have picked up 4 shots already. Even further, a little further down the leaderboard as well, we have some early movement again. Jaybir Singh is 2 under for the day. Udayan Mane is 2 under for the day. So, like we keep saying, Aditya, we have seen this pattern that the first 4 5 holes people are making gains and then struggling to retain that whatever they have picked up on the first 5 holes from the sixth hole onwards till they make the turn. That's when the tricky stuff really kicks in.
Yeah, both we saw Jaibir and Badal. They were playing yesterday. They had a very good start, hot start, and then an untimely triple for Jaibir and a stretch of bogeys for Badal. Just pull the handbrakes on their acceleration. Let's just see how well the players contend with that tricky stretch of hole number 6, 7, 8, 9. What we experienced yesterday.
Shaurya Bhattacharya seems to have
He
recovered
seems to,
well.
yeah, he seems to have laid up to a yardage it what he would prefer on this hole. As that's the thing about the Cosmo Golf Club. The greens you gotta show your absolute utmost respect because they have got those small undulations, and if your golf ball is on the other side of those, you have a very very nasty, tricky putt coming up. As the course has been playing in prime condition, we've experienced 10.5 on the stimp all 4 days, including the practice round.
Knocking a little wedge in and stopping it pretty much where he would have liked.
Yeah, that's
Aditya.
brilliantly done. He's left himself a very, very makeable birdie putt, and that's the way to go about it in case your tee shot has not landed in the desired result. And he didn't go for the heroics. He punched out to his favorite yardage and has pitched it to a very ideal location. He's on the correct side and has got a makeable putt coming up for himself.
And seemed to have got a fair amount of spin on the ball as well. It just pretty much stopped it where you would have wanted it to. It's the control of these young players that is so impressive that they can literally, make, like you said yesterday, make the ball dance around the hole. And we've seen it quite often, and I'm sure we will continue to see it through the day. That their yardages must be dialed in now that the fourth day they're playing this course.
Yeah,
So
that must be the case. Otherwise, they won't find themselves at the top of the helm or contending for the lead. Sure, yeah, Binu seems to be in a spot of concern as far as the very first hole of the race can come up. That ship has come sizably short.
yeah, that was not a good recovery because he had hit it over the green on his approach, and
Yeah, I mean, someone who just won in Mysore, we saw how good his short game was 2 weeks ago. One just feel he's a little rusty up early in the morning and should be back to his heroics very soon. Lohan seems to have wasted no time in laying up to his perfect yardage. Lohan's extremely good inside 100 yards. Having seen him for so many years, he's almost as good as anybody in this fraternity when it comes to 100 yards inside.
so
And they,
Binu will probably drop a shot here. Aditya. Even both the chip and his
he
putt
has to,
seem to have come up
yeah, he
short.
has to make this putt to just drop one. Good morning to all of you from the AVP studios. I'm Aditya Chauhan and my co-host Mr. Rahul Banerjee. We
This
will
is
be
call
giving
for
you
Manu
live
Vandas.
coverage of
Please report
round
to T number
4,
one.
which
Manu
is being
Vandas.
played at Chennai in the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course. The prize purse is a whopping 50 lakh amount. And here is the first attempt on birdie by the Bangladeshi national Badal. He would want to get a very, very hot start like yesterday and keep it going. If he has to contend, brilliantly done. What a smooth stroke on that golf ball. Never left the hole
You
and
can
found the
see
middle of it.
you can see the experience in that. He's been around for some time, Aditya, and he took his time about the putt. It took a long time in studying the line. In fact, it sets up Shaurya Bhattacharya very well. As
Yeah, it seems that Shaurya is pretty much on the exact similar line. Yeah, you can see that ball marker. You would have got a very good read from Badal.
and also they're both in a very good spot in they don't have to cater for too many undulations, and this is a fairly straightforward putt. All he has to do is follow the line that was shown to him by Badal, and get a good result out of this opening hole.
Yeah, there you have on live feed too, the fellow countrymen of Badal, Zamal, very eagerly awaiting. And there you have it. That's why they are professional golfers and that's why they are in deep red. They don't leave any opportunities begging, especially when they have been shown the line and the pace extremely well done by Shaurya Bhattacharya on that part.
Yes, it's one thing to have been shown the line and the pace, but then you have to then go and execute it, which I think Shaurya Bhattacharya did very well. He also took his time very calmly,
This is last and
found
final call
set
for
the
Manu
putt.
Vandas.
Yeah, for those who were trying to wonder what Shoaib Binu was trying to do, walk up and down his line, the new rules of golf do allow you to pretty much walk or stample on your line as long as you're not improving your line. And I think he has successfully managed to just drop one shot. And there you have it on live feed too. JP just making sure that the trophy is secure. JP, do not worry, nobody is running away with it for the next 4.5 hours. Yes, after that, you will comfortably be giving it to someone who well and truly deserves to lift up that beautiful trophy.
Yeah, Minu will definitely leave this whole feeling he's lost an opportunity, but
There you have Zamal being missing no time with it and launching that golf ball. At the pace he's walking, I think he'll reach faster than the golf ball.
he seems to be happy. He set off after the ball immediately. As soon as he hit it, he nodded. I think he nodded to himself and said, "Yeah, that looks like a good shot," and he set off behind it.
I wonder, are they being scolded by JP or is he telling them that to make sure they play their hearts out? But as the course will play with all its sharp bends and curves, all these players will figure out a way to contend with it. I think JP is giving them one last comfort zone factor to go out
This is
with.
Theo
There you
Follow for
can
match number
see
9.
Kshitij
Rohan Dole Patil. Dhruv Sharan.
in pretty much
Manu Vandas.
Shaurya Binu territory, but his lie looks quite comfortable because from the looks of it, he's at least got a hybrid or a three wood in his hand. Well, that's that famous cut finish by Kshitij trying to move that ball left to right. Kshitij got those Bryson technology clubs in his bag where pretty much every club is of the same length. It's just the launch angles which change depending on the degrees of the club. I remember the first time I picked up his clubs, it felt like I picked up three of mine, really heavy and absolutely different build.
We have day two co-leader Ron Dhole Patil getting set. This is the final group teeing off on the final day of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024.
Well, what a frame. You have the leader after round two teeing it up, the trophy in the background, and the Jay Prakash standing right exactly behind them to make sure that they're teeing off at time and with the correct protocols.
A good drive. He's found pretty much the center of the fairway. He should be happy with that.
I'm more interested with the frame which is presenting itself. Someone contending for the very first time for the trophy in the right background. Like they couldn't have placed it any better.
Yeah.
Dhruv turned pro in 2018 and will be contending for his very first professional golf title. He's played his heart out yesterday, shot a 5 under par to make sure that he is in a joint lead with the superstar Manu Gandas. And he has definitely pounded it way past his playing partner.
And what was interesting yesterday, Aditya, was that Dhruv did not, crumbled under the pressure. If somebody like Manu was either with you or just behind you or just in front of you, it can sometimes create its own pressure. But Dhruv sort of held his nerve very well, especially in the last three, four holes.
Yeah, Dhruv, we've practiced quite a bit together and have played so many practice rounds together. He comes from that mindset and mentality that this is my bread and butter, and I got to perform if I have to put food on my table. So that's one simple thought of going about it. And there you have Manu Gandas. Now that ball could be headed into the hole for an albatross or hole in one, but that man's expressions will not change. You won't come to know where he's headed.
And he did a good drive. He's found, I think, the ideal spot for this fairway is exactly where Manu is on.
Yeah, all these three players are showcasing why they are the leaders as they fight those golf balls in the middle of the fairway. I think Dhruv has got the bragging rights just because of not have. He's already has played his heart out yesterday, but he just bombed his drive past his playing partner. I guess Rohan has to pull up his socks and outdrive him on the very next hole.
And I think right in front of us, we've seen why this group was that much of a cushion on those behind them, because unlike the group in front where none of them was on the fairway, this flight has all three balls are pretty much in the center of the fairway. The easy swing and a very good result too. So we have finally have the lead group underway as well on the closing day of the Chennai Pro Championship, being played for a purse of 50 lakhs.
Teed up and they are making their way towards their second shots on hole number one. The race is truly on. As of right now, Dhruv and Manu Gandas are sitting pretty at number one spot with a tie at 13 under par. Rohan, Hani, Jamal all have to quickly get into fast track mode if they have to contend with these two because they didn't leave each other's back at all yesterday. And after that brilliant 67 by Dhruv, he finds himself at the top spot tied with Manu Gandas, who shot a 68, both at 13 under par. And now Zamal, after that approach shot, has found himself in the bunker. Generally, a very, very good short game player, and you can see why. He had two short mounds which he had to contend with, but somehow he still found the line and almost the pace to threaten the hole.
Played it out very softly as well. I mean, the ball didn't, look at the slope, which is huge. Ball is running away from him, the slope, and he still managed to, stop the ball in fairly good distance. Very softly played it out, got some amount of height on it, and
Yeah,
just missed the flagstick.
yeah, you saw how much the club face was open and wasn't a very conventional golf swing. He just punched it out to the desired spot what he thought was correct. And in all fairness, that's a very good bunker out, especially with those different difficult two undulations to cater from. Now, I do not think in our live feed to either of these three players will be getting up any of the clubs out very soon, as long because all three are in the middle of the fairway and they have the firepower to not only make it to the green but overshoot it. General ethics of golf do suggest that let your group playing ahead not be disturbed. There you have Kshitij with his very unique system of approaching this game. Maybe he's got the left hand going down, so oh no, he foxed us. He's now back to the right one. There you have the 10.5 stimp meter showing its teeth as he has hit it way past than what he would have liked.
It's a massive overhit. I mean, from wasn't it? He missed. He was offline as well as off pace. Both completely not what he would have wanted.
Yes, Kshitij has multiple wins under his belt and not something one would have expected from such a talented young golfer. I mean, if you see him practice at the putting range, he is so meticulous about his routine and setup. I've seen him just practice his set, getting into his setup and practice swings for hours and hours without hitting a golf ball. Got a good combination with his mom. They both keep working diligently under the sun. It's probably the reason he finds himself with a few titles under his belt. Now, Lohan is extremely talented with his putter. I won't be surprised if this ball finds the middle of the hole. Wow,
That
Abhinav, you just didn't hit it enough.
that was such a good read. He had it except for the pace. I mean, the line was just right. The ball broke where he would have wanted it to, and unfortunately stopped 3 inches short of the lip.
Maybe it was the effect of Kshitij hitting it so hard that Lohan thought it's way quicker than it looks. There you have here the nod of his head says it all that why didn't I just give it enough gas? But nonetheless, you've got 17 holes left more, Mr. Lohan, and I'm sure you'll find a series of birdies. Now, this is important. You don't want to three putt the very first hole, especially if you have to chase up someone who's so far up ahead of you. Kshitij, who's beginning his day at 7 under par, will need to mount a very big challenge if he has to contend this week. But very, very nicely done.
Excellent recovery. I'm sure that will sort of settle the nerves of the young man a bit because given that first putt, when he sent it so far past the hole, he would have.
Uh, His second putt barely made it, though.
The important thing is it's inside the cup, so he will be happy when
It's
he
home.
walks
It's
off.
where it needs to.
Yes.
It needs to be where it should be. So that's a narrow escape from a bit of a folly on the very first hole. Now Zamal, after that brilliant bunker shot, will look to capitalize on this putt. It's pretty much on Shore Binu's line, so which would mean this is marginally left to right. We just saw Lohan's ball curve on the other side, so this should be a little left to right. Yeah, down the middle. That's a good start, just like yesterday for Zamal.
I think Zamal has been listening to you, Aditya.
There you have the leader trying to be very precise. The modern age rules do allow you to use distance measuring devices. That's what exactly Manu was doing. I think it's a welcome change where you can use the distance measuring devices, as not only does it speed up the pace of play, but it also gives those players that exact yardage and the amount of time and perseverance they've gone through their careers for practice. They are very, very accurate with their approach shots. There you have Manu with the three wood out, so he's not holding back. And why would he, as he's hit it in the middle of the fairway? Manu Gandas at 13 under par would be looking to go spot better than what he did last week, as he had finished second. Well, he's in Zamal territory, and a bit of finesse would be required if he has to make that up and down. Sizable length hole, as you can see, Manu Gandas has got no shortage of length, and but he still come up a little short.
He's followed the same route, like you said, of Jamal. Went for the green, stayed a bit short. But I don't think he'll be unhappy with that because he's come up pretty much in line with the flag. And we'll see what the others.
But from where the flag is tucked in today, if you are anything front right hand side of the green or middle right hand of the side, you've got a better chance of making an up and down. Gives you more green to work with and relatively easier shot. There you have Rohan with his approach shot. We didn't
Not,
get to see that fancy footwork on this shot though.
yeah.
I think he keeps it reserved when he has to give it a mighty heave ho.
Well, he will be happy with this. He's flown it into the green, and he's on in two, so he has.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot on the very opening hole of the championship. As not easy to find the dance floor on these par fives, as the surfaces are very, very uh, slick, undulating, and not the green sizes are not conventionally as big as what we get to see these days. So your approach shot doesn't has to be not only directionally correct but distance wise also. Rohan seems to have done it exactly what he would have thought of. Now Dhruv, who pounded it way past his playing partners, has the luxury of using a hybrid on this one. So won't be surprised if this ball also does exactly what Rohan has done. He's launched it way high in the air, so let's just see if he's got the yardage on it. And best of the lot as of right now, he's hit it in not only on the dance floor but on the correct tear and this right correct side. So that's a makeable eagle putt coming up for Dhruv.
Pretty much perfect. He was just very good. I wanted the ball to be. Went for the green, launched it high, and made sure it stopped on the putting surface. Manu stayed a little short.
I guess there was a bit of a contact issue with Manu's golf ball because he's got no dearth of length. Manu, a ball coming up a little short would have meant that not a 10 on 10 contact, maybe. Now, how picturesque is this view? These drone shots don't do enough justice to how pretty the golf course has been set up. Real big call out to the maintenance staff and how pretty they have kept the golf course for the tournament. And there's the culprit, the drone, which is giving you such beautiful views of the golf course and how well the players are playing with different angles. I mean, on the PGA Tour, you have that blimp hovering over, but I think the blimp does not do justice. Drone view is tremendous. It gives you such good moving images from a aerial perspective. that you can pretty much see how and what is going to happen on the dance floor of the green, or even if you hit it in the rough.
I think any youngster watching Aditya would be well advised to sort of take a click of this swing because it looked so composed and sort of.
Yeah, the correct use of technology, showcasing how the club moves, the club head moves, the shaft moves for different various players. Well, each swing is very, very unique, and that's the beauty about this game. You can go about in different ways. There you can see three different players with different ways of playing about it. But the good thing about it is that all three have used the big dog, the driver, and have not held back. There you can see how well you can use the technology and get to see how your favorite player swings the golf club. The nice shallowing out of the shaft and vis-a-vis the radius changing from the way the club had gone back up.
So that was a good selection of three very distinctly different swings. One was in the middle, one was high, and the third one was low. So good selection by our editor. He was smart and very good lesson for, like I said, for any youngster watching.
Now here's a look at the leader Manu Kandas at 13 under par has to make an up and down because Dhruv pretty much seems to, oh wow, what a brilliant shot. It just shows how good he is out of this. I mean, we thought Zamal has hit a good shot. This is to another level.
This is even better.
Yeah. After that bunker shot from Manu, Dhruv's eagle putt just got a shade longer, I guess. But Dhruv has hit a prolific shot. He's hit it on the correct ear in the right line and has got the best look at eagle as of now, what we have seen. Rohan on the other side has got also an eagle putt coming up for himself, but he's fairly away from the hole. He's pretty much where Kshitij had hit his putt, so let's see if he can gauge the speed a little better. All right, it's go time for Rohan. Rohan, who's sitting pretty at 10 under par, would have definitely liked to better his scoring opportunities from yesterday, but he's got himself a great opportunity to get to a very, very fast start as his eagle putt is up and running. And it is very, very fast from there. You see how well that ball was coming up, but past that second ridge in the middle of the green, it just keeps rolling.
It's almost a repeat of Kshitij's putt because pretty much the same line, same pace, and it just sort of picked up speed as it came down the slope. Yeah. In that, which is why Manu's splash out just now was so impressive. I mean, he stopped it just very without letting the ball run on to the next tier, which would have become a completely different putt. Now it's a very straightforward finish for him.
Yeah, and it's up to Dhruv now. He would definitely want to repeat the heroics of yesterday with the flat stick did most of the talking for him. I mean, he hold putts left, right, and center from pretty much everywhere.
And this is again a very testing putt. He's kind of halfway up the slope, so he'll have to be very careful with the speed, especially after seeing Rohan right before him, run the ball so far past.
Yeah, I mean, what are we talking about? That flat stick is doing exactly what he wants. That's a dream start for anyone, especially if you're contending for your very first title. So,
Huge pressure putt, and he converted it so calmly. Took his time, just sort of. You can see Rohan had really struck the ball. I think the distance probably deceived him. He may not have catered for the speed of the slope, and Dhruv definitely benefited from that. His pace was just perfect.
yeah, that's a dream
Very,
start for Dhruv.
very calm finish, perfectly paced, perfectly placed.
Yeah, now Rohan, on the other hand, has got a very important birdie putt for himself. It's pretty much exactly identical to what Kshitij did on, which was the group ahead of him. Let's just hope he also, just like Kshitij, can avoid the three putt and walk away with the two putt on this hole. What's your prediction, sir? Where do you think the leader is going to finish at the end of the day, especially after that very hot start by Dhruv? Yeah, that seemed.
Not the result Rohan Dhole Patel would have wanted on this very first hole. Found the green in two and then three putting after that would not be. Yeah, to come back to your question, Aditya, given the sort of pattern that we've seen of scoring, 4 to 5 under for the day seems to be pretty much the mark people are hitting. So, by that standard, if the lead group is 13 under, maybe 17, 16, anything between 16 and 18 under should be the winning score today.
I think somebody is definitely going to break the 17 under par mark, and with the talent on our screens, I won't be surprised if both Manu and Dhruv can do that. Manu, after that beautiful bunker blast, has got a very small birdie putt left. There you have. He's definitely narrowed his stance and very very unique setup. As long as it gets the ball, the rock rolling the correct way, what he's done, it doesn't really matter if he's standing on one leg or half a leg or whichever way he wants.
Here you see the after Rohan finishes, but we'll talk about this a little more.
Well, the second stroke which he put on the golf ball was not one of his best attempts. That's it. That's what I feel because he was rolling the ball very well yesterday. He had some really close shaves, but this one looked like more of a jab than a fluid stroke which he usually produces on the golf ball.
All right. So, but again, he will also Rohan will also feel that he's missed out on this chance. I think just to bring your attention to this leaderboard or to the scores. Again, we've seen the pattern for the last 3 days being repeated. You make everybody is making gains in over the first 3, 4, 5 holes, and then hitting a hurdle moment to reach hole number 6 and 7. Subhash Tawang flyer 5 under in 4 holes, and then two bogeys in a row. Similarly, further down the line, Jaibir has dropped short. Udayan has dropped a shot. So this course, like it's this first 5 holes, whatever gains you make, don't necessarily translate into. You have to be very conservative, I think, after that to sort of maintain or keep that advantage that you have gained, rather than go for broke, which seems to be not the right approach for for the last 4 holes of the front nine.
Yes, the relaying of the scorecard has definitely produced that. The course welcomes you with open arms. A lot of birdies are thrown away in your face, and suddenly the treachery of Chennai, TNGF Cosmo, comes into play with narrow fairways, OBs lurking left, right, and center, water coming into play. The stretch of 6, 7, 8, and 9 are proving to be an absolute obstacle which players are finding it difficult to mount. Now, here's a look at Kshitij from a reasonable distance away. Kshitij reached that golf ball before that golf ball stopped. So wasn't very happy with the stroke which he put. As you can see, that's nowhere close to the talent or the desired result this young man possesses. Now here's a look at the fourth hole. Shaurya Bhattacharya trying to attempt what would seem looks like a pitching wedge in his hand. Relatively short par three, but you really have to contend with the yardage because the lance floors is very narrow and he seemed to be attacking the flagstick, but just narrowly has missed out. Now that's the problem with the being overly aggressive sometimes. But I don't think these youngsters have a bone of fear
No fear.
in their skin, in
No
their
fear.
body,
No fear at all.
and I don't think any flagstick can be hidden with the talent these guys have these days.
It was stuck right to the left, and but he's gone straight for the flag. Missed the green by a few inches. I don't think he'll be too unhappy with that effort.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes when you're just on the golf course, you all the troubles don't seem to matter as long as you can hone in your skin and stay inside your comfort zone and keep attacking flag sticks. It's really difficult to control your brain and be smart about it. And here you can see how well Badal has approached his. He's hit it in a clean spot.
Pretty much perfect execution of that tee shot on this is a very the shortest par three on this course, 135 odd yards. Pin position tucked away on the left, but and you can see the breeze is already picking up, which is unusual. In Chennai, generally the breeze picks up afternoon, but you can already see the flags are fluttering quite hard. And Shoaib, lining up his tee shot, launches it high. We want to stop the ball as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the two S's have again been inseparable as they were on the very first hole. They both have attacked the flagstick and reasonably easy chip to save the birdie or par attempt vis-a-vis. So you can see Shora Bhattacharya's ball sitting down fairly way more than what has happened with Shora Binu's ball. Yeah, that's a bird's eye view of what that lie is. Well, the wind is playing somewhat of a issue with these players, and very very soon we will see our leaders also getting into what would be the relatively easier par 5 second hole. For those of you who are just joining us, this is the live telecast of the final day of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 being held at TNGF Cosmo Golf Course at Chennai. The prize purse is a whopping 50 lakh rupees and the format is stroke play. If you are in the near vicinities of Chennai, I would suggest you pack up your picnic baskets or just get your umbrellas out and head out to TNGF Cosmo and watch some superstar golf being played in your favorite track and also support your favorite golfers. There's a look at the whole number for the par 3, but it's a par 3 which is surrounded by bunkers, and you got to be very, very precise as the dance floor is very measured. And in case you want to make birdies, you have to be laser accurate this week. Well, Badal from Bangladesh is scouting his read. He's did a very, very measured approach shot on the par 3 and has a reasonable makeable birdie putt. And before that, Shoaib Binu has to contend with the somewhat precarious lie, but he seems to have wasted no time. And wow, that would have. Oh, and that's what's called actual daylight robbery. That ball was definitely going in, but as they say, as long as it's not inside, you cannot count it done and dusted. But a very, very measured chip by Shore. Shore just showing how good his short game is.
How did that not go in? Did it stop because of the flag? Did it
As
hit,
this
hit?
beauty of this game, sometimes it can be as penal as what we just saw right now. Well, Bhattacharya going with a rather more lofted club. I guess he's got a more cleaner line. He wants to fly it just a fraction bit more. Man, these boys are very, very
Great
talented.
skill. Two wonderful exhibitions of skill. One, let's see, this is the luck, isn't it, Aditya? One went in, and the other one stopped, lipped out, literally hit the flagstick and stopped to the edge. But great exhibition of soft hands.
Yes, as a player, I can tell you that this is nothing called as luck. We want to do this on a repeated basis, but sometimes you get the brave fortunes of what Bhattacharya experienced versus what Bhinu did. They both were exactly identical shots. It's just a matter of luck. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it does not. Now, Badal, after that brilliant tee shot, has got a very realistic look at birdie. Badal's taken a little longer than usually he takes. He's generally a very, very fast player. And there you have it. He has also made a birdie on this. So you can see how talented these players are, as two out of three have made birdies. And it would have been 3 and 3. It was just a bit of misfortune for Shaurya. The flagstick not agreeing with his golf ball. But what a brilliant putt by Badal. So the scoring average is really getting low on this hole, and as we have experienced before that, the first stretch of 4 holes is producing a lot of good desired result, as they say.
And yeah, early gains, and already at the top of the leaderboard, Dhruv has put a little bit of distance between himself and Manu. Uh, the eagle conversion on hole number one has given him a one-shot lead already on the very first hole.
There you have him again. Now Dhruv is chipping on hole number second, also a par five, and it's come up a little shorter than he would have liked. There you can see in the background the wind is definitely picked up sizable amount of gusts available to trouble and put the minds of the golfers at a realistic test. As the beauty of a golf course being so close to the coast, the sea breeze plays a very, very big factor over here. I mean, they say golf is not an easy sport. Throw in natural variables as such as gusts of wind are only going to showcase how much calmer you need to be, how much calculative you have to be, and what measure of calculations need to go in the backdrop. I really like those three buildings in the backdrop. They look like those wickets of cricket in the back. Very pretty buildings, but I don't think that is the thought process going down Rohan's mind. Rohan's going to speed up play in terms of getting up in red numbers, as he's got his work cut out with his playing partners more or less 4 to 5 shots ahead of him. That was a good part. I guess he underborrowed the break on that one because that ball moved substantially from his left.
Again, I think it's underlining just how from what you see on the picture and what is actually on the ground, like you're saying, Adit. There are little subtleties that are not so evident, and like we saw with Rohan's, but the ball broke just at the very last minute away from the cup, though he was quite close to it.
Well, from the angle Dhruv has hit his chip shot, that means he just green lighted his second shot on this hole, and not a bad spot to be in. But yeah, he's left his chip sizably short. And there you have it. Manu, from what it looks like, should have a relatively less breaking putt from his right hand side. Well, as they say, never up, never in. You would really have to hit that golf ball past the hole to give it a realistic chance. But Manu just leaving it a roll short.
Also, a rare reaction from him. Aditya, he normally never shows, but you could see he knocked himself on the head. What did I do? He's telling himself that. So watch at the end of this little sequence, you'll see.
That's more of an expression of anguish. Like, really?
Oh my goodness.
That's the last thing I was even thinking. I don't think it was even in his brain or the combinations which he had calculated that I'm going to leave that golf ball short. Now, if Dhruv holds this putt, he can increase that lead by not only a mere shot, but in two shots. And there you can see the surface looks pretty much flat as any conference table you would be sitting upon, but the evasion of the golf ball to the hole suggests that there are certain contours which is not visible from the comforts of our commentary booth and the comforts of our spectators' home where they're seeing it. But yes, they are the notorious greens of TNGF have their contours to contend with, and even the best of players who are sitting pretty at 15 under, 14 under, 10 under par are finding it difficult. So interesting times ahead for the final round of TNGF.
And in that lead group, every one of them, all the three putts just ended up right on the lip. I mean, they broke all three putts broke away at the last minute or just stopped a little short. So it's proving to be an interesting test, no doubt, for this field, for the field. And here we are back on the par three, the short par three. Which has also proved to be quite profitable for a sizable number of players. The group in front, two players out of the three picked up a shot over here.
Yes, that's the golf ball of Kshitij Navid call underway on the fourth hole, and it's on the dance floor, but sizable distance away.
Surprisingly short, that's right. I mean, given the fact
Yeah.
that it's only a 135-yard hole, it's quite short.
Yeah, the club selection was maybe one club lower than what it needed to be.
Or-
But you can see how the tree line has just suddenly gone dead.
Yeah.
So wind is a very big variable in on a coast side golf course such as the TNGF Cosmo, and what we saw the trees fluttering with so much speed have just suddenly gone dead. So that is a big variable which the players will have to on and off contend with, and that all looked to seriously threaten the golf shot.
So obviously, he's learned from his partners and that the ball will tend to fall short or stop short. And he's really launched into this one and made sure that it's gone at least up to the flag.
Yeah, that is a brilliant tee shot, and I think it's Zamal who's hit that tee shot.
And all of a sudden, you can see the breeze is back. And Kshitij has left it short when the wind had died down. He went high and left it short. And suddenly the breeze came back and the ball has flown 5-7 yards longer for Badal. The perfect illustration of that. And it's interesting. I think normally in Chennai, the breeze comes after noon. In the mornings. There's not what the sea breeze switches around from during the day. It's from land out to.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
Keep adjusting the game.
Yeah, Nature seems to be enjoying a joke or two with the players contending this week, as it's a on-off switch pretty much going on. But these guys are very, very aware of this variable and they do calculate it. But in this game, as they say, it's about narrowing your margins of error. So as all three of these players are on the dance floor, so no harm, no foul. It's just that Zamal hit a very, very good tee shot. Talking about hot starts, Honey Basoya is to a flyer of a start. He's gone eagle, birdie, birdie, and somewhat of a sedate next three holes, which were just mere pars. So 4 under for his first stretch of 6 holes. We're seeing a lot of red as we saw yesterday in the front half of this round. The only player who's lighting up the back nine as of right now is Shivendra Singh Sisodia. Sisodia is 4 under par after the turn. That's a brilliant start. And he can make use and catapult himself inside the top 10 as he's got a series of relatively easier holes coming up his way in terms of hole number 1, 2, 3, 4. Now there's Kshitij again foxing the commentators. First he holds the putter cack-handed, then he goes to the normal conventional way. I think that's his normal routine. We all have our nooks and crannies, how to go about just before executing the golf swing or a putt or a chip. Some things, somebody has a notion of, a wiggle in the knees, hips, shoulders, whatever it is. Kshitij seems to be going cack-handed, which is the left hand lower at the beginning of his stroke, and immediately as he's supposed to pull off the trigger, he changes the setup completely. The right hand comes down and he comes into that normal conventional setup.
He certainly will not be happy with what he has done on the greens so far, Aditya. He's, again, the earlier green we saw him overshoot the hole. This time he's either pulled the trigger too early or because he's left it well short of the target. I mean, he's what, 5, 6, 7 feet shy of the flag, which is unusual given the fact that we have got such even green speeds for all 4 days.
Yeah, it's
10 and a
amazing
half.
how well the greens have been presented for this week. At 10.5 is a very good speed to be playing each day, and it's not varied. So it's all basically left to the putters, to the players, and Lohan has given it a real scare with his putt.
Yeah, we should. I mean, appreciate the efforts of the greenkeepers and the staff who have sort of kept the course even on the final day. And you had so much of action on it, to have the course in this condition, and it's so.
Yes, not enough praises can be thrown towards the maintenance staff and the greenskeepers as the golf course is in immaculate condition. I mean, you can't ask for a better playing condition. The greens running at 10.5 week every day of the week, and as what we have seen, the stripes, how well the fairways are cut out from the drone images, the golf course is in immaculate conditions.
And very well restored at the end of each day, because every morning you don't see any sign of the kind of wear and tear that has been inflicted on the course the previous day. So great job being done by the green staff. I think the players,
I think Kshitij has figured out that in his comfort zone of holding that golf ball is about 8 feet. So he's deliberately leaving himself that length of putts. There you have the caddy and player conversation. Vicky is one of those one of the caddies who's been on a lot of bags. He's caddied for one of our current superstars, Shubhankar Sharma. Been with him on different tours, contented, tasted victory, and now is providing his services to his new friend Kshitij Naved Kaul. There you can see Luhan's ball nearly found the bottom of the hole somehow. Well, all these beautiful views of the golf course and the players contending this week could not be possible without the support of some real big corporate giants. As tour partner for the Professional Golf Tour of India, none so other than Tata Steel, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan Electroplus, and Rolex. Now, what just happened with Zamal's golf ball? I think Zamal was dead sure that the ball's going to break, and the caddy's advice was not to his liking. Bit of a
He's not happy at all with the result of that.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
not happy is an understatement of what we just witnessed. It so happens after that prolific shot, what he had hit on the par three. I mean, I would have literally given him that birdie as a blinder. But funnier things have happened in the course of 18 holes, and we just witnessed something very, very rare.
look, both the caddy and the player have walked off in opposite directions. Both are looking to cool off after that little exchange, slightly hot exchange, where the exchange also exchanged clubs. Um, Jamal picking up his driver and walking off in a huff. And you can see his caddy wandering off into the distance to try and cool down himself.
Yes, at the end of the day, it's
These are high pressure situations. So,
absolutely, they are very high pressure
how
situations, and no matter how many times you've been in those situations, you still have to execute to absolute near perfection. You can't take anything for granted. And here's a look at the leaderboard on your screens. You can see Dhruv Sharon leaping forward in a very quick start with that beautiful eagle on the very first hole. I mean, he couldn't have played that hole any better. And in number two spot is Manu Gandas at 14 under par. Then we see a bunch of players, Badal, Shaurya Bhattacharya, Zamal, Rohan, Abhinav Lohan, all tied at third position at 10 under par. Sarthak is making his way up to 9 under par, and Honey and Shaurya Binu, after the heroics of early start, are at 8 under par. Well, everybody who's in the logjam of 10 under par has to really get into that accelerating mode going on, because Dhruv and Manu Gandas would not let off the steam, as they have fairly distanced themselves from the chasing pack. I mean, they seem to be playing a different golf course altogether. 4 shots clear, 5 shot clear of the chasing pack is no joke.
So the picture will also become a little clear once they make the turn, because it's hole 6 to 9 are the ones that are sometimes proving to be critical on the scorecard of each one of the players who have started this event. 126, a field of 126 we had at the start,
Well, I
cut
would
to half
definitely.
at the after the second day, and. So yeah, these early games we have seen repeatedly. They've been sort of squandered after the sixth hole, from the sixth hole onward. So once you finish that stretch,
Yeah, Rohan being very, very meticulous about his routine and trying to understand what the role will be given to the golf ball, and he's done his job very well. I was substantial amount of break on that very short part.
which is why he took his time, I think, to make sure that he had it absolutely perfect and centered before he executed the putt.
Well, that golf ball still again in that territory of where Abhinav Lohan had hit it. Sizable fair distance away, but anything on the dance floor is what is the least required thing on this platform. Now you have what looks like maybe a gap wedge in Manu Gandas's hand because the length of this is not very big. But yes, the place where Mr. Sampacharia, tournament director, has hidden this flag, you have to be very careful and miser with your aggression, as you can quickly roll off the green. What happened with that golf ball? It seems to have just disappeared. Now, Rohan with his approach shot on hole number 4. Let's see where this golf ball ends up. Yeah, seems to be the best of the lot in the leader groups. I'm very, very interested in where Manu Gandas's golf ball has ended up because Dhruv, after that quick birdie on hole number 3, has distanced himself further apart to 16 under par, which means he's got a 2 shot margin up.
Also, Aditya, definitely the wind is playing a role because we can see that. Look at the distribution of the balls from this group. One is way down the green, one is pretty much in the center, and the third one, I think Manu's ball is just across the green, is on the verge on the far side. So definitely the wind is picking up and falling away, picking up and falling away. Even the previous flight we saw, the previous group, there was two balls stayed well short. One Badal's ball because he waited for the breeze to pick up and then he hit or died down. He factored that in. You can see Manu's ball in the air.
Well, that's some great camera work. I think Manu is just
Just
got just a little off the green, but nonetheless, some really good, talented camera work to catch that golf ball. Maybe if that ball was maybe 2 yards more, it would have ricocheted off the camera lens. Manu going for it with his approach shot and finding himself just further away than he would appreciate it. Well, that's what maybe 3 rolls off the green. But you see how much that golf ball is sitting in the fringe.
It's just plugged.
Yeah, it pretty much seems that one entire quarter of the golf ball has vanished.
It's really plugged itself very heavily into that and it just stopped. Absolutely no marks around it, which means that's where the ball landed and it stopped dead. Which makes for a now Manu has a slightly tricky show. He's opted for the putter here, but he's going to be hitting basically the upper half of the ball. Does that make a difference? I mean, when you're not, this is not a usual putt at all, right?
Well, the way
Quarter of the ball
yeah,
is
way
not,
the sorry to cut you out, but the way the ball is being sat down, that ball will come out with a jump and a bit of a wobble when it begins. But who better to take a call on judgment of which club is to be used than Manu Gandas? He's got tremendous wins under his belt, under some really some really hard fought battles for his titles. And this would also seem to be the case as Dhruv is not letting off any kind of steam. He is right up with the superstar in terms of Manu Gandas. Dhruv has made an eagle and a birdie to
in fact,
distance himself
he's
with,
actually
by 2
putting
shots.
pressure. He's putting pressure on Manu because he's opened a 2 shot gap now.
Yeah, that's acceptable. He's left it maybe a yard short. But from that length away, there is a realistic chance of coming up a little bit off in terms of distance. But it seemed to be tracking all the way.
This is going to be interesting. Because I've also very rarely seen, for all the years we've been watching golf, such a odd putt with the ball partly plugged in the ground.
Wow.
And that is high skill, isn't it, Aditya?
That's high skill and some really clear thought process of what has to be done and how it has to be executed.
Extremely difficult lie, ball partly buried, and Manu Gandas almost holds it.
Yes, it's very important for the players to be on point with terms of what club selection and shot making is going to be picked up, because they've got so many options these days and they are extremely talented. Now, Rohan, after the best approach shot on this hole, would want this ball to find the bottom, as he's got a sizable charge which he needs to mount if he has to threaten our current leader, Dhruv Sharon, who's sitting pretty at 16 under par. And that is very well done.
He looked relieved. He thought it is left it short. I think by his reaction, the way he kind of semi pumped himself. Well done. He kind of patted himself on the back by the.
Yeah, that reaction had two sides of a coin. The first one was a sign of relief, and the second one was to pep himself up. So he had both head and tail going towards the same particular shot.
That was pretty.
Yeah, there you are.
Actually, the last roll that it got to the hole. Excellent.
Yeah,
putt.
but it's a good part nonetheless, and he has also moved into red figures. Dhruv cleaning up his act on hole number 4 for a par, and striding towards hole number 5. Well, today we haven't seen the tournament director in and around the leader group, so that means the pace of play is being met at the desired standard by him. Remember, while we were playing on the tour, in case you sometimes get slow, some of the support staff, Mr. Allah Razi, used to tell us that you guys better pick up pace as the commissioner is coming. And
So you used to get fair warning before he actually arrived.
oh, if you are nice with the support staff, they do appreciate it and tend to give you a word of caution about it.
Manu will definitely feel that he's made a good twist out of that slightly difficult situation. His tee shot was plugged at the edge on the verge at the beyond the flag, and from a ball that was partly buried, he almost hold it and then converted calmly for a par, and he will feel that it's a job well done.
Yes, yesterday I was having a conversation with Manu, and conversation which was mixed with only a few words is yes, okay, acha, and I'll do what I can. So he did not let out any of his master plans, which he's kept for the play of the course of final round at the TNGF Cosmo. But yes, a man with less words and more action, Manu will definitely be looking to catch up with the leaders. Sorry, catch up with the leader, which is Dhruv Sharon right now. Dhruv is gunning for his very first title, and he is playing fabulously well. He's given himself the best possible start. And here's a look at M. Dharma. M. Dharma, hailing from Bangalore, has had a very good career, and you can see how nicely he's placed that ball on the dance floor. You see the shadow lurking on the front half of the green. These trees are a real threat which the players have to contend with. I remember this tee shot. First, you got to place the tee shot in the middle of the fairway, and then contend with the obstacle of overhanging branches. These trees are very unique.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 झूम
So that has actually catapulted him to the top of the leaderboard, and here we have.
And then you can see Dhruv holding no horsepower back. He's lashed into that one, and a bit of a stare as to maybe the ball has flared out onto the right hand side a little bit.
This is a long stretch of par fours, one after the other. After the
Yeah,
fourth, which is a par three, the final 5 holes of this stretch are all par fours, which is probably having an effect on the scorecard as they make the turn. Aditya.
yes, fifth hole has possesses its own stretch of dangers as you have out of bounds lurking on the right hand sides and those overhanging, looming big bonsais
Listen,
in the left hand side.
I must tell my friends in Chennai when I go next that I have a friend who calls your beautiful rain trees bonsai overgrown. What did you call them? Overgrown bonsais.
Yeah, that's lack of information on my part. So, in case I have disrupted somebody's
I'm sure they
feelings,
won't mind.
I would like to apologize for
I'm
that.
pretty sure they won't mind. They're very cool folks. And Chennai people are very, very cool. They're very laid back, and they don't get unduly hassled about unimportant things. You're welcome to call them what you want. And that actually is a very uh, accurate description in terms of the look, not the size.
Yes, the size is mammoth. It's great to see some galleries being formed up to not only enjoy some stellar golf being played in front of and in their favorite venue, but also to come out and support their favorite players as all the players do appreciate a little bit of encouragement in any form. Now, here's a look at Gujarat based Varun Parekh. Varun Parekh is. He's had a mixed bag as he's launched. He's yet to make a par on his scorecard. He's launched 4 birdies and 2 bogeys, so he's 2 under par for his round. I remember having a conversation with Veer Alawat about a few years back and asking him when will he stop growing. Every time you see him, he's gone a little taller. Every time you see him, he's gone a little further. Every time you see him, he's scoring a little better. So I asked him, will you let us be some kind of competition for you or not?
And we're leaving himself with just a tap in on the eighth hole. And Varun is now pondering which line to take and which will get his ball into the center of the cup. From
Yes.
where he is.
This is a very interesting season and a tournament in itself, as most of the times Veer and Manu Gandas do room together. So let's see who can be pipping each other out or encouraging each other out with a better scorecard, as both of them find themselves at spot 1 and 2 in terms of the order of merit. A win here will launch Manu into very close proximity of his roommate per se, in terms of Veer Lawat. And here's the very first look at M. Dharma Bangalore-based golfer who's had some very big wins under his bag. Yeah, that blind foxed him more than anything else.
And here again, we are seeing right in front of us just how tricky the greens at the TNGF Cosmo can be. We're having such experienced players, missing their lines by millimeters, and the putts either staying up short or rolling wide at the very last second. So it's critical, I think, to take your time on the greens, get a perfect read as much as you can before you execute.
Yes, that is true. And here's a look at that very good camera work. You see how quickly that ball sat down after that first hop. So the first cut and the rough does possess a legitimate threat in terms of not a very comfortable lie. There you have two of the players on the extreme far left hand side, Dhruv and Rohan, will have to contend with the overlooming trees and the branches. And Manu from the middle of the fairway has come just a fraction bit short. But if you have to miss, I think that's one spot you're okay with. There's a very interesting hole. The fairway slopes a little downwards, and there you can see what what would seem to be Dhruv Sharon's manifested shot from under those trees. He's left himself on the correct side to make that up and down. He's got pretty much the entirety of the green to work around with, and Rohan, for some reason, has elected to play off the mud car park. Maybe his lie is too good to mess around with, or the approach angle is better off from where that golf ball is. We'll soon get to know what happens over there. In the meanwhile, yes, the race is very much on for the top spots in terms of the order of merit, where Veer is sitting pretty at 88 lakh rupees. He's only played five events, won one of them, made four cuts, and made three top tens. On the other side, his roommate, who's played 11 events, has won once, has made cut in nine of them. So he's missed two cuts actually, and four top tens. Now let's see what Rohan is planning to execute from that rather precarious lie and somewhat a non-natural setup, as his feet are way higher than where his golf ball is. Well, he seems to have gotten very good contact, and that is a bit of imagination and a very good execution. Because to keep it on the green from that troublesome lie and rather very sharp angle to come in, he's done a very good job. Now he faces an extremely downhill putt, as you can see. The green is elevated from top to bottom, and
Also left to right, slight slope from left to right.
yeah,
But like you're right, man. He did well because we saw Manu's ball virtually stop dead on that same thick patch of grass, and Rohan's ball kind of skipped through that very same patch, virtually skirted Manu's ball, and then just rolled onto the green. And maybe he just came in a little too hot because had he stopped that ball on that side of the hump on this green would have been perfect. But it's a good recovery still. It should make an up and down from here.
yes, crucial times for our leader as he finds himself in a bit of a spot of bother. With the hot start he's had, he wouldn't want to put a blemish on his scorecard. But this is bread and butter zone for most of the professionals as they spend tedious number of hours practicing this range. I won't be surprised if he pops it right next to the hole. Well, not the kind of execution he was expecting, I guess. But that's the game of golf. It can come and at any point of time and just leave you baffled. And that was actually the expression what Dhruv showcased, that I am not aware of what has just happened. This is the time for Manu Gandas to make his move. If he pops this golf ball in, he will be again. There you see, maybe he was expecting the golf ball to skip forward a little bit more and not break as much. But the subtle contouring of TNGS Cosmo coming out and showing why it is not that easy to control. Now, Manu with his lob wedge club face open seems to be going in a direction where the golf ball will launch itself way high, way quickly. He's got less green to work with, but let's see how the execution is at 14 under par, his third shot on hole number 5. Well, fairly done. He's left himself inside 4 feet to make his par attempt.
That thick grass that you referred to, Aditya, is playing definitely starting to play a part. Dhruv's ball, fell right in the middle of one such patch, and instead of coming straight through, skipped to the right. Which is why he looked a little dumbfounded at what happened. He didn't expect it to, go the other way, but it kicked off to the right instead of, going straight through, which has made a much longer putt than he would have wanted on this hole.
You can actually see the sizable length of birdie attempt coming up for Rohan from that far out. Not only does he have to contend with the severity in terms of break, but this is a lengthy birdie putt coming up. Rohan, after that brilliant birdie on the par 3, is now pulled up to 11 under par and has broken that big logjam at 10 under par. So he stands pretty at 11 under par, solo third. Well, that's a very good effort. I mean, he's lagged it to given range, as they say.
A wonderful read, no doubt about it. I mean, he knew pretty much where he wanted to put the ball, and the ball did exactly what he asked of it.
I think that ball ended up inside that what we see that radius of pick me up, what we regularly witness in Delhi Golf Club. They have that circle surrounding the flag stick. But if you're inside that, you can pick it up. I wonder if that starts happening in professional golf. You
Yes,
can
sir.
hit it inside a circle and just move on with that.
Pace of play.
Yeah, but then what we just saw with the if few weeks back, Rory's putt of 2.5 feet missing out, we won't experience some things like that. So I don't think USGA or RNA will give heed to what I'm just blabbering out of my mouth. And it is still a stroke play format, so you have to send that ball home. Now, Dhruv has got a very critical putt coming up for himself so that he can keep his two shot lead going. Yeah, he seemed to have underborrowed the break. The very first blemish from our leader, untimely bogey. Now it's very important for Manu to make sure that he can keep pace and catch up the leader, as he's got a welcome untimely bogey from Dhruv, but a welcome shot back towards the field for the rest of the field in terms of catching up the leader.
That really is a very unusually narrow stance for putting. I mean, his feet are barely inches apart, regardless of the distance he's putting. Well, smooth conversion there.
Yes, the flat stick is working for Manu, as Manu has made no blemish as of right now on his scorecard, and he is 1 under par for the day. And after that untimely blemish by Dhruv, the deficit of 2 shots is now just one, as the leader from 16 under has dropped to 15. He's come a little closer to the chasing pack, but still a sizable distance away from everybody else other than Manu Gandas. So still look like it's a two-man horse race right now. Unless,
Obviously, I've been to the races only when I was a kid. My dad used to go to the races every other weekend. It's always fun to watch horses. I used to ride horses myself. In fact, I had a dream of becoming a jockey. I think that went out of the window once my dad explained that if I ever injured myself, everything goes out of the window. So I gave that up. But it's unreal to come here to watch the horses, to watch them run. Of course, I think Shaurya also is a rider. It's nice to see that he has an interest in horses too.
Yeah, this is actually my first time being at horse race, and as much as I love horses and I've ridden them before, I've never actually been to like a betting place and like a race, especially for racing. Good to share the moment with Rahil sir, my old buddies. I don't know whether there is much to look at. I mean, they're all really fit. They're all race horses after all. I mean, I would trust the odds at this point.
He's right, actually. There's so many statistics involved in a bet before the race starts even. It all goes up all the way up until the race starts. I think you can't just come here to a track and look at a horse and say, yeah, he's going to win or she's going to win. But I think you have to do a lot of homework before you place a bet.
Definitely.
And here at the Mysore racetrack, it's nothing different. For me, the riding was quite different to obviously racing a thoroughbred. But I used to jump horses, I used to do dressage. But I do have an experience of sitting on a thoroughbred. My friend's father used to own a few thoroughbreds, and we used to go to the stables afterwards. He used to put us on the horse and just walk around the paddock. So it was fun. It was amazing to feel the power of that horse because I was a teenager at that point and much lighter, probably shorter. But yeah, it was amazing to feel the power of the horse underneath you.
Yeah, definitely. So when my dad was commanding the unit, we had received 2 race horses, and that's how I began my riding also. Like, I used to feed the horses, I used to go in their stable, I used to be around them, walk them, and then ride them. So that's how I learned also. I didn't have a trainer or nothing. I just had a trained horse with me who trained me actually.
Nice.
Well, that was a bit of an insight from the old racehorse himself, if you can call him old, Mr. Rahil Ganji, and the youngster Shaurya. Well, they were talking about what they like and what they would have presumed to be alternate careers. The kind of things that I've witnessed Rahil Ganji do. Rahil, you can enjoy yourself not only on the horse but at the work ethic of your gym routine. I've seen you do funny stuff, somewhat inhuman. All right, after that stretch of highlights, we are back with the live action where this young man is eyeing up a sizable putt. You can see the amount of break he had to cater for. He was barely off the green, and that ball pretty much had a dive of about, let's say, easy 4 feet. Just goes to show how undulating these greens are. And from the comforts of our studio, it just seems to be a very flat, smooth surface. Well, it's in the half where we saw a lot of players drop shots yesterday. So this is the exact stretch where players have to contend with the trials and tribulations of the TNGF Cosmo Golf Club. The stretches from 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 is where we saw a lot of players flutter and a lot of steam going away. Well, let's just see what Badal has to contend with as he is calculating the somewhat of a two-way break from that expression or the hand gesture what we saw.
I think he was getting a sighter on the hole before he went.
We all have our uncanny ways to go about it, and Bahadal maybe had a two-finger flip working on that side and has given it a little more respect than it would have been desired by the player, as he leaves himself a little short. And that compensation stroke with that much amount of speed on the second one just says that.
These next 4, 5 holes, Aditya could, quite decide the fate of this event because, like you said, this is where the people have really lost out. So if Dhruv can play conservative over this stretch after having already dropped one shot, and he keeps even whatever little advantage he can over Manu over the next 5, 4 holes, he will go into the back nine feeling a little better. This is where the event could swing very dramatically. And right through the days, 4 days, we have seen people are come into this complex 6, 7, 8, and 9 and give back a lot of shots to the course.
Well, Shorabi has overpowered the break just a little bit. Well, what's interesting is Shore and his caddy are absolutely matching in terms of attire. I think he's got some friend or family on the bag.
And green seems to be a theme for today because he's not the only one in green. We've seen a few more of the players wearing green t-shirts for the day.
Well, the players wearing any color is fine, but he's absolutely primed and matched with his
Yeah.
caddy. That's a rare sighter.
That's nice. Also, in both the putts we saw just now, I think the ball actually spat out of the hole and picked up pace as it popped out. Badal's putt was also, it went in and then came spitting out with some speed.
Yeah, sure, Acharya. After that, very good lengthy putt has got this to clean up and move on to the next hole. Sure, at 10 under par would not want to flutter away. And yes, as we've experienced, this is a tight bend of holes where anything can happen. And as far as our leaders are concerned, nothing much has changed as it's just the one solitary bogey from Dhruv, which puts him at 15. And at the moment, a blemish free 1 under par for Manu is at 14 under par. Now you see these holes of 5, 6, 7, 8 have so much of curvature in terms of your ball flight that it's very easy to lose control and drop a shot here and there. As we can see, even Honey, after that brilliant start, has dropped one shot on the ninth hole.
Yeah, like you Varun Parik, unlike many of the others, has had really had a roller coaster. He's 1, 2, 3. He's dropped 3 shots, but he's picked up 5, and his front nine has just one par. One par Three bogeys and five birdies. And that is a true roller coaster round.
If my guess works correct, that looks like Harinder Gupta from the front edge of the green has elected to putt it out. I think is a bit off the green.
And he gave it a healthy whack and still came up short.
Yeah, it can fox the best of the players as we just saw Harinder Gupta, who is a multiple winner on our tour, coming up sizably short on that part. Harinder, in general, is very, very good with his flat stick, and a bit surprised to see his golf ball end up a little short of the hole. There you have the very first look at the 10th hole, where the flag stick is fluttering all the way towards the right hand half of the green. Legitimate threat on that hole where OB lurks very close to the green side. So players do elect with different approach shots off the tee on that. Yesterday we saw Dhruv make an eagle on that hole. So you can pick up big strides on that very hole. For those of you who are joining us for the live stream, we are presenting the inaugural Chennai Pro Championship 2024 from TNGF Cosmo Golf Course, which is situated in the heart of the city, spread over a span of 90 acres. That's some real prime estate in the middle of the city. And the golf course was inaugurated in 1938, which later went into redesigning by the legendary Peter Thomas. And that is a good use of technology of how the ball is being traced, or is a bit of an error on the screen? We'll quickly come to know. And we can see Zamal has made his way on the seventh green. You see that amount of surface with the undulation, with the play suddenly got higher,
This is
and
one of
then
the this is one of the most heavily contoured greens on the course, Aditya. So they're being extra careful for mapping it out as carefully as they possibly can.
not only that, you see what's on the left hand of your screen was the out of bounds, which is realistically in play when you're hitting your tee shots. So these stretch of holes are very, very tricky and treacherous. Let's see what Lohan has to say with his chip. I think he got a little bit more grass than he would have anticipated, because that ball has come just a little short than he would have liked. In general, Lohan is notoriously famous to chip the ball in quite a bit. So if a player of that magnitude has struggled, it just goes to show that the level of difficulty on the golf course, if you miss the fairway, is very, very severe and penal. Well, we can see the strong winds strong gusts of wind coming up from the coastal side. I think Marina Beach wants the players to enjoy a little bit more as the sea breeze is picking up during the course of play for the players. In general, when you're playing, you experience a subtle amount of wind with similar pressures, but on the coastal sides, the gusts are very strong, very deceptive, and they're not very regular in terms of interval. And here is a look at Zamal from that far out. There you can see the Zamal also has given it the due respect, because right past the hole you can see that slope where it's going away, and if you hit it a little bit extra, it can actually truckle and roll off the green. So Zamal being very, very cautious about it. Not a bad leave per se, but no professional golfer, trust me, if you ask them this question, how do you feel after you've left a putt shot? It just makes us feel very, very non-professional or amateurish, if that's the thing.
I mean, Kshitij should benefit from that earlier putt from Zaman. He's going down more or less the same line, slightly closer to the flag. The pin is tucked away in the left corner of the green for the final day of the 50 lakh rupee Chennai Pro Championship at the TNGF Cosmo course. That has to be classified as sheer bad luck. And this is not the first time it's happened to a player on the course. And you've seen the ball hit the flag and pop out, the flag stick and pop out, or just hit the edge of the green of the hole and roll around and come out on the other side. And here is a perfect example of that. And the ball did a full circuit of the cup before it came out. So Kshitij will feel a little hard done by on with that result. It was an excellent putt, wonderful read, pace was just right. And Jamal Hussain clearing up. Abhinav Lohan will also look to do the same. You can see the amount of time the players are taking on the greens, giving the contouring and the subtle shifts of elevation and direction full respect. No one wants to take a chance. This is the last. This is the payout day of a 50 lakh event, and great amount rides on every single stroke. Lohan making a confident convert. And the wind seems to be playing around. It's picking up and dying, picking up and dying. For Chennai, that's a little unusual. It's not usual to have the wind blow so hard so early in the day. It usually happens in the afternoon. When in the day you have a light breeze blowing out to sea, and it turns around in the afternoon, and that's when the wind really picks up. But in the last couple of days,
What a great shot! ருத்ராஜ் ரொம்ப டயர்டா இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கு. இதோ ட்ரிங்க்ஸ் பிரேக்.
ஆனா இது என்ன பிளஸ் சைன்? அம்ருதாஞ்சன் எலக்ட்ரோ பிளஸ். சோர்வால் ஏற்படும் தாகத்திற்கு செல் லெவலில் ஹைட்ரேஷன் தேவை. அதன் எலக்ட்ரோலைட்ஸ் உங்கள் செல்களை ரீஹைட்ரேட் செய்து எனர்ஜியை மீட்டு தரும். சோர்வை நீக்கிடும், தாகத்தை தீர்த்திடும்.
சோர்வால் ஏற்படும் தாகத்திற்கு அமிர்தாஞ்சன் எலக்ட்ரோ பிளஸ். சோர்வை நீக்கிடும், தாகம் தீர்த்திடும்.
Well, one third of the way into the final day for the lead group, and overnight joint leader Dhruv Sharan now one shot ahead of a fellow Gurgaon golfer Manu Gandas, an eight-time winner on the PGTI. Dhruv has not yet registered a win. So he will be very keen. And this is the critical stretch, as we've seen over the last 3 days, that the for closing four holes of the front nine is where this event could swing. People have made early gains and squandered a lot of advantage over these four holes, 5 holes. And Dhruv Sharan will definitely want to come through this stretch with as little damage as possible, if possible, and even like to make a few gains. While Manu Gandas will knows that he is very very close on the heels of his fellow Gurgaon golfer and keep his focus on the target, which is the prize winners check. Bunching up behind them now, there's a group of five: Badal Hussain, Shaurya Bhattacharya, Jamal Hussain, Abhinav Lohan, and lead group member Rohan Dhole Patil, all on 10 under. Five behind the leader, four behind Gandas. And definitely this 5 and 4 hole cushion heading into the closing stretch of this event will makes this essentially a two-horse race, as we've been pointing out. At the same time, these four holes can also turn things around very quickly. So everyone knows, having played this course for 3 days, that they need to be mindful of this stretch and map out their strategies and game accordingly. A great display of skill there by Manu Gandas, of the edge on a down slope, opting to take a low approach, making the most of the contours of the green, ball swinging left and then swinging right, headed straight for the pin and just agonizingly short, but Great display of skill and judgment from the man who sits second on the PGTI's order of merit behind Veer Alawat. Manu Gandas, an 8-time winner on the PGTI, played a year on the DP World Tour, was the beneficiary of the PGTI's policy to tie up with the DP World Tour of placing one, their topper order of merit winner, getting a card for the year for the next season on the European Tour. And he's giving us an exhibition of the sort of skills that he has picked up in this one during his 1 year in Europe, 2023 season that he was there. And our leader, event leader Dhruv Sharan, still looking for his first win on the PGTI with 2 wins on the feeder tour and showing no nerves. And has an accomplished player like Manu Gandas on his heels, but he has still kept his nose ahead so far. And if he heading into the final 10, 11 holes of this tournament, if he can maintain the lead, he will feel that he has given himself a good chance of finally making the breakthrough on the PGTI.
That's a nice way to send the ball home. A small fist pump by Dhruv, just acknowledging how important that putt was. At this juncture, with just a one shot deficit between him and Manu Gandas, you cannot afford to make mistakes, and Dhruv has done very, very nicely. That's a tricky stretch of holes which he's maneuvering with caution.
This is a clutch stretch for him, Aditya. This is, he's looking for a first win. He must be under massive pressure, but so far he's kept a very cool head. He has one of the best, finest players on the tour chasing him, just one step behind. But he's so far kept it together. Not made too many mistakes. Just dropped one shot in a stretch of that began from hole number 5 and goes on till the ninth. Tough testing stretch, more so given his situation. Still looking for a maiden win. Has one of the better players on the tour right on his tail. So Dhruv Sharan is doing a good job of keeping his mind and his game in a good space so far.
Yeah, here's a look at the top five. Dhruv Sharan, 15 under par. Manu Gandas, 14 under par. And then comes a pack of players who are tied at third position all the way till seventh, which is Rohan Dole Patil, Jamal Hussain, Abhinav Lohan, Shaurya Bhattacharya, Badal. All these guys have to get their act quickly into order because they're running out of birdie opportunities in terms of they just have respectively 9 to 12 holes for themselves. And the catching to be done with the leader is quite a substantial amount as there you have at look at the long, lanky Kshitij Navid call. I think he's got King Call stamped on his back. That's one way of proclaiming your titleship. Stamp it on your bag, and people will start calling you that. Well, Zamal also from a fair bit distance away has a very long look at birdie from that far out. Now here's a look at that very interesting 10th hole. From the looks of it, the player has elected to take on the challenge of driving the green. It's a substantially not very lengthy hole, but you have to be very precise with that tee shot, and that's almost well done as that ball gets a recoil off the tree and has found itself on the front edge of the green. 10th hole, a powerful where we can see a lot of shots being picked up by the field as it's a realistic birdie hole. Different way of approach goes as to playing that hole. We'll soon see. Like again, we have another player who's trying to launch that golf ball nice and high in the air so that it gets a soft landing. Well, the 10th hole is a par 4 at 267 yards. So, depending on your length, a 3 wood, a driver, or a hybrid, either or can be taken. That's a very good camera work, catching the golf ball midair. Let's see where that ball. I think that's the front trap. Not a bad spot to be in the bunker if you have missed the green. Nice to see players carrying their courage on their sleeve and having a go at this target. Because for those of you who don't know, the out of bounds on the left hand side of this fairway and the green side is very close. It's not more than 10 to 15 yards away. So even if you are slightly away or a gust of wind carries your ball, you can end up dropping shots then, and that can deflate your charge in case you're trying to contend win or boost up your career earnings by putting up a better finish. Yeah, that is some brilliant camera work catching the ball mid-air. So that seems to be the favorite spot, as pretty much all three balls have found the sand trap on hole number 10. Well, that was an interesting sight with what Kshitij's caddy had to dash off the green to get him something, or there's something disturbing him because it's the second time he's backed off that golf ball, and when that happens, you can only predict that the player is not comfortable with something or the other in the background. Yeah, makes it look very simple, and walks on to the next tee. Well, in the meanwhile, Rohan has found another birdie on hole number 7. That's a very, very tricky hole, and to birdie that hole is tremendous. After that birdie, he has launched himself into 11 under par, solo third. So that jam which we were experiencing on at 10 under par is broken up, and Zamal's dropped a shot, Abhinav Lohan's dropped two, and instead of being at 10, they both find themselves at 9 and 8 under par, respectively. Here's a look at Shaurya from a fair bit out. That must have looked so good. It just broke maybe a roll and a half more than he had anticipated.
Yeah, keeping a clean, keeping the blue numbers off your card at this over this stretch is definitely proving to be beneficial for Badal Hussain and for Shaurya. You've seen, and Jamal. The others around them have fallen away. So this has become like a that bunch of 10. You had 5 players on 10 under at one point in time, is now suddenly down to 2. Dhole Patil has picked up one shot during this very difficult stretch, testing par 7th. So he's on 11 under. But the two at the top are still pretty much unchanged. Dhruv Sharan at 15 under, Manu Gandas one behind. And headed into what should be an interesting final 9 holes of this rupees 50 lakh Chennai Pro Championship at the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course on a sunny sunny Friday with the breeze also playing a little bit of tricks.
Yes, the sun is up, the wind is up, and so are the scorecards of the players who are in deep red. Both Dhruv and Manu Gandas have distances themselves from the chasing pack, and a fair bit that to say. But another someone who's having a great day is Harinder Gupta. Harinder Gupta finds himself at 4 under par, so he's made substantial move upwards. And likely in terms of that is Shivinder Sashodia. He's also 4 under par for his round. That's a brilliant putt by Badal. These small putts at times don't look to possess any threat, but they have the real challenge of being present in front of the players, which is to gauge the speed right, to get the line right, and after all of that, get the execution part also done. So, Badal showcasing exactly how to get done with some of these knee knockers per se. They might not look that tricky, but putts at 5 feet in and around the hole can be truly challenging. Now, what's happening? We can see no one's hit the green on. Was unless he's hit something in the vicinity of 360 yards of the tee, which I do not think is the case. So maybe it's after the hack around from the some precarious situation, and now this would be for an up and down, a very abbreviated punch from Rohan. We'll quickly get to see where that golf ball has ended up. And such is the case with Dhruv also. He is also left that approach shot of his substantially short of the green and will have a bit of a tester to keep himself at the top of the chasing pack at 15 under par. Eighth hole, you have to contend with not only a very narrow tee shot, but also in your second shots, you have to be mindful about those overhanging trees. The branches pretty much cover the front quarter of the green. It's a small dogleg to the right. And there you have Dhruv acknowledging that it's his shot to be executed. And thereafter, we'll see Manu pulling the trigger for his what could be his third shot. He's got the club face wide open, so he'll be launching it up way in the air. That's a expression of bother what he's posed up with the hand on the waist, that the ball has not ended up exactly what he would have liked or wanted to, because you can see the golf ball is still not in the frame. Now this could be a critical juncture where if Manu can make his up and down and stick or even just hit the chip close by, that's added pressure on the leader.
And this is where the TNGF Cosmo course is really bearing its fangs every day, Aditya. And every player is having to go through this stretch of 4 or 5 holes and basically just struggle to survive as best as possible.
Yeah, Manu seems to have dropped it a little short of the green and let it release because he barely had any green to work with. And he's done substantially all right. He's left himself to about 5 feet for his par attempt. Whereas Dhruv, after that chip shot, has still not found the dance floor, and but he's just barely off it. So I guess the flat stick is going to come out, and as you can see in the background, a bit of a gallery gathering up to see what the leaders are, how the leaders are performing on the golf course. I mean, after all, we are nearing the end of play for the final round of the inaugural Chennai Pro Championship 2024 being held at TNGF Cosmo Golf Course in the heart of the city. Well, big nerves at play as we could see a bit of a shuffle happening as Dhruv's chip has evaded the green and he's hit it way further away than he would have liked. And there you have somewhat of a abbreviated finish by Abhinav Lohan on feed two. Lohan trying to maneuver the ball closer to the hole. I think he also had to contend with those trees. A very roundhouse finish means a player is trying to keep the golf ball low and maneuver it from right to left. Now, this is a very, very critical point for this young man as he's trying to gun for his maiden win and he seems to have given it a decent whack. But the ball has still come up short. That means the putt is going a little uphill and the untimely drop shot can be very, very pivotal. So there you have it. The stretch of 7, 8, 9 has troubled the most experienced player per se in this round as of right now, as Dhruv is the only person who was sitting pretty at 15 under par till now. There you have Zamal sizing up his birdie putt on hole number 9 in live feed 2. Zamal's had some really close shaves from substantial distances. I mean, this also looked so good unless it just dove a little right on him.
This longest par 4 on the course has definitely proved to be a tester for almost everyone in the field. And Dole Patil is looking to clean up.
Well, this would seem to be his par attempt from what we are trying to predict of what we have seen. तुम्हें कल चप्पल देखी थी इसकी हाँ इंटरेस्टिंग Manu is giving this part absolute attention because this is a very critical juncture of the tournament where if Manu can hold this, he'll be back into a tie for first position with his playing partner, Dhruv. So you can see all the experience which he has. He's trying to collect and pull out those memories and serve them best to his knowledge, as Manu has already won on this venue. Out of the 3 outings which PGT has had on this venue, Manu was one of the first winners over here. And you can see why he gave it all that extra attention. Rolled it very, very nicely. And on live feed too, we are seeing putts being rolled from everywhere. Kshitij also holding out his putt on hole number 9 from what he's proclaiming his go-to distance. I think 6 to 8 feet is the region he likes to hold them out from.
It's almost like he's deliberately leaving the ball a little short to make sure he cleans up with the next one.
Rohan also has somewhat of a mere formality left for himself, but this might also prove out to be a dropped shot for him. So now that is the real definition of a mini heart attack or a stroke or whatever you might want to call it. Robin Williams has explained it very well on YouTube, what a stroke equivalents to a mini heart attack at times. I guess Rohan has also experienced that. We were not expecting that ball to do exactly what it's done. Now, here's a look at all the experience coming into play from Manu Gandas, calm and collectively securing his par and making sure that he is back in the race and is again going to be contending for his second title at TNGF Cosmo Chennai. Now, this is that very interesting 10th hole. You can see Badal going up with more of a cautious route where he's taken safety first and laid up in the fairway, which means he's probably hit a 6 iron or a 7 iron and now trying to wedge it in close to the flagstick. Versus most of the players, what we've seen till now have come out with their hybrids or rescues and targeted the green. As we saw so many golf balls. I mean, the group before this entirely was in the front half of the bunker after the tee shots. So the players are up for the challenge of trying to drive onto the green. And there we have 2 golf balls already on the green. And let's see who's that. Now here's a look at Shaurya Binu. Shaurya's after that mighty heave with that putter. Look at the golf ball trying to climb up the hill and still come up short. That goes to show the amount of contour there is on the front half to the bottom back of this green. If that golf ball's ended up there, that means probably he's driven the hole because what we've seen from Shaurya with his win in Mysore is he is a very aggressive attacking player. And why not with the skills and the games which he possesses? I'm sure he will keep continuing doing that.
That was a long, long putt, and he really gave it full beans, and it still rolled up short, good about 10, 12 feet. This is a very long and narrow green, and has got what, two shelves by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's got two shells, but it appears seems like it's got three. uh, Reminds you of the second hole in Chandigarh Golf Club. Somewhat similar to it, but way narrower in width. Now, Shaurya Bhattacharya, who seems himself at 10 under par, also will have to contend with that elevation change on the green. So, expect to get a mighty bash on this golf ball, and you can see about a wind with the small leaves fluttering around on the green. He's given it a decent smash on that golf ball, but
Dived away to the right, yeah, I mean, it came up the slope and then just cut away.
yeah, the severity of that tear is substantial. So we can see again on the replay of that shot that that golf ball is tremendously sharply moving towards his right. So not only are they contending with elevation change, but substantial break also needs to be catered for.
Badal Hussain is looking at all of these putts rolling around him and wondering, what do I do? He's giving this a lot of thought. He's in no hurry to make his next putt. Shaurya Binu is doing his usual routine of trying to feel how much of elevation change is under his on the soles of his feet before deciding on his line.
There you have on live feed 1 and 2 capturing the same image away of Manu Ganda hitting that golf ball.
Now in the joint lead.
Yeah, after a bit of a stretch where Dhruv Sharon with that after that hot start has dropped two shots on hole number 5 and 8 respectively. So instead of being at 16, he finds himself back at 14 under par. Both Manu and Dhruv are one shot. I mean, they're tied at the top, but are four clear of chasing pack, and both are one under par for the day.
Yeah, essentially, we are almost back to square one. I mean, 8 holes down the line, we started at 13 under this morning, and after 8 holes, we are 14 under. This is definitely proven to be a challenge, this golf course. 6,225 yards, par 72, and now we are seeing why they've made it a par 72. And despite the relative lack of yardage, there seems to be pretty good reason that even a high quality class of golfers are, sort of have the work cut out.
Well, this is the best of the best golfers. There are available in and around our nation, and the best of the best are trying to contour and get their way ahead of each other. At the moment, we have two-man horse race at the top of 14 under par. Here's a look at the replay of Badal's putt. Badal making it go home without making a fuss or a muss about it. That is the general demeanor of this man from Bangladesh. Doesn't talk much, but his clubs do the talking for himself. Well, Shaurya has also climbed quite nicely at a 10 under par total. He's 3 under for the day, alongside his playing partner Badal, who is also 3 under par for the day. Both of them are sitting pretty at 10, and this was a critical putt for him, and that was stamped with authority. He bashed that putt in the center of the cup like he's been doing it every day. That's a rather precarious position on hole number 9 for Rohan. Club face wide open. I think he's in the green side bunker. There you see, he had found that club face so much open, but the stimp is 10.5, just for the viewers' information. And at 10.5, it's really difficult to get the ball under your control. It generally seems to be running away from wherever you want it to go.
Also, I mean, the flag is uh, planted today right at that corner of the green, and it all runs away from you. So, very, very hard position. And Rohan Dhole Patil is suddenly finding himself in the wars. He's dropped two shots in the previous hole. He was in sole third. Now he's dropped off the pace completely.
Yes,
And
the eighth hole has, you know, derailed his charge back up towards the top, and ninth hole has also given him a substantial trouble as he has short sighted himself on the approach shot, hence leaving himself with a tricky bunker shot. Now, if you look at what Dhruv has done with his layup putt, is brilliant. He's just slagged it right next to the flag, and a small tap in left for him to clean up his act. What's interesting is what is Manu's putt at, because he had hit it from the center of the fairway.
looking at the leaderboard, Aditya, it's now turning out to be two races. One for the win seemingly between Dhruv Shevran and Manu Gandas, and one for third place between Shaurya Bhattacharya and Badal Hussain. Because they're two distinct groupings now, 14 under for the top and on 10 under for third place. And the others are slowly falling away at the moment. I mean, so this is two horses, two races.
Yes, substantial prize money and world ranking points are up for grabs, and each shot is mouth-wateringly large for somebody to pick up that fat check and make his career earnings bigger and climb up on the order of merit. So let's wait and watch what is happening as Badal has broken the logjam from 10 to 11. He himself has found to be in 4 under par for the day, and after a stretch of 10 holes, he is sitting pretty at 11 under par. So somebody is making a positive charge towards the leader, and Manu's birdie putt has come up a little shorter than he would have anticipated. For the viewers who are joining us, we are towards the business end of the proceedings of day 4 for the inaugural Chennai Pro Championship 2024. These live, beautiful coverage of round 4 is courtesy AVP and the merger between PGTI. We will be giving you live coverage of all the professional golf tournaments being held in and around the Professional Golf Tour of India. Round 3 and round 4 gets live coverage at AVP and Eurosports. So sit back, relax at the comfort of your home, and enjoy the lush green fairways and some really talented players trying to contend with different venues at different locations. That is a brilliant putt by Rohan. After that precarious position he had put himself after that bunker shot, he has held it and made it seemingly look easy to make an up and down to save his par.
No, he really stroked that one, going uphill all the way.
Yeah, we had a lot of talent being displayed on your screens. None other than the man himself, Manu Gandas. A bit of a tester for him to stay at tied with Dhruv. Dhruv, you can see the marker of Dhruv on the right hand side of the hole. He also still has to finish this hole, but both are tied at 14 under par, and as they're drawing closer towards the end of their front nine, Manu has rolled that rock beautifully in the bottom of the hole. So, as he makes himself move towards hole number 10, It's up to Dhruv to match the heroics of his playing partner, and if Dhruv can match what he's done in the previous day for hole number 10, we are in for a treat, as he had eagled that hole yesterday. So after that concerned start for hole number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, where he did end up dropping a shot, there you have it. He's also rolled his par attempt, and all the leaders have gone through the front half. And mere 9 holes stand it between somebody claiming their title for the very first time. Now, what's happened over there? Kshitij has hit his golf ball on the camera stands, or was it a deliberate shot? You never
The
know.
edge of the green and roll to the right. Yeah, Manu Gandas will feel that he'll feel that he has ticked off one box to start with because he has come through the front nine, which is the more testing half of this course, without any damage to his card. In fact, he's picked up one shot. While Dhruv, who made a flying start with an eagle and a birdie in the first 3 holes, has thereafter dropped 2 shots, and now they come to the turn virtually level on 14 under each.
That's not a bad attempt from Zamal on the 10th hole, because this plateau where the flag is cut out, it's very tiny and small, and we can see he had to contend not only with the heavy rough but also keep the golf ball low.
This is where your giant bonsais are coming into play again, Aditya.
Yes,
The giant branches and making sure that everyone is having to cut out ball flight and bump and run is the order of the day.
yes. As in life, such is the case with golf. Not always aggression pays off. You have to be precise with that kind of attacking play if you're presenting that self. And you can see where Zamal has hit that shot from. I don't think there was any other option of what he's exactly done.
So that you would say is a good result for
That's a
that
great
sort of
result
shot.
from that spot.
And you're back at your favorite. You seem to have a lot of favorites in Chennai, Aditya. You have a favorite car, you have favorite trees. Hmm? We are back at your favorite car, and this is your favorite hole. I think you love this 17th hole, isn't it?
I'm trying to figure out a reason not to, but yes, you are true on that part. What's not to love about it? There's a beautiful car standing at back, the hole-in-one prize, the Nissan.
No, definitely, great city, great people, great culture, great golf course, great maintenance. So all good so far, and somebody's going to be very happy at the end of the day. 18 holes, 9 holes left to play, and but Kshitij is not going to be happy. He's not one of
I,
those people who's going to be happy for sure with that.
I think that
That was a that was
Baraf had a little bit more to do with what he had anticipated. I mean, that was nearly coming up close to being a double touch. That's the thing about this game. You cannot anticipate what lies in front at times. I mean, the best of best can struggle. If Kshitij, who's already won a couple of times on the professional golf tour of India, you can see how much grab that grass is presenting in terms of contact before the golf ball. So again, Kshitij has still kept the club face open and is trying. I think would hit something of a lobbed shot. Yeah, there you have it. He's this time around done brilliantly well, but I think he's left himself with a bogey putt coming up, because 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, that should be a bogey putt for him. This is very, very good execution after that troubled shot which he just experienced.
Definitely. I mean, the thick grass is having an effect on how the club is behaving. It's grabbing, it's holding the base of the blade, taking away that. Actually, you could see the power bleed out of that shot. I mean, it's just the ball just popped up in the air and fell 5 feet away. Jamal opting to stay with the bump and run approach, even from the edge of the green, did the same thing, and with pretty good effect. In fact, did not even need his putter to finish this hole. He just came and tapped it in with his wedge.
And this is what is facing Kshitij for his bogey on hole number 10. Well, that's very nicely done. A bit of information for the viewers is Professional Golf Tour of India has previously visited Chennai 6 times. And Mr. Mukesh Kumar, the old warhorse of the tour, the somewhat of a grandfather, if you can call him, has won 3 times in 2008. Although we do not have Sunit to defend the title this year, but we do have the same man who won last to last time, which is Manu Gandas, and he again finds himself at a tie for first position at the moment with his playing partner Dhruv Sharon. So let's see, can Dhruv break the barrier for the very first time and clinch up his very first title, or will the masterclass full Manu Gandas prevail once more at his favorite hunting ground, the TNGF Cosmo? There's a look at the golf ball of that very same man. It is really launched high and has found the front half of the fairway and the green. And if you miss the green, I think that is the best position to be in.
And interestingly, if you look at the leaderboard, Aditya, there are only 4 players in the top 15 who actually have come through this stretch of 9 holes without dropping a shot. Manu Gandas is one, Badal Hussain is the second, Shaurya Bhattacharya is the third, and Sachin Basoya. Almost everybody else has given away shots, either bogeys or double bogeys, between holes number 5 and 9. And these 4 are the only ones who have come through with a clean sheet so far. And heading into the back 9, which is relatively an easier stretch to bring it home. Manu will definitely feel that he has done well. Dhruv Sharan, having led by 2 shots at one point in time, has given both back. And he and Manu Gandas are back where they started in the morning, dead level, though both have picked up a shot each. From 13 under, they've moved to 14 under. Badal Hussain currently is in sole third. He's having a good day. He's 4 under for the day without having dropped a single shot. Shaurya Bhattacharya is on his heels on 3 under, again with a clean first 10 holes. And we see Shaurya Binu pop up into that race with the 2 successive birdies on the back 9 on holes number 10 and 11. Whereas Shaurya Bhattacharya, we put the commentator's curse on him. He was going along well and he's bogeyed hole number 11.
Yes, I don't think that is a real thing, but whatever excuses anybody can figure out, we have Honey and Udyan Mane finding their way onto the tee on the 17th, where a beautiful hole-in-one prize awaits somebody who can execute it to absolute perfection. There is no near perfection in it. It's absolute perfection. And you can see a big hack out from Dhruv. He's got it onto the front half of the green, but he'll have to take a real good caution as what we saw from Shaurya. Both the Shauryas putting out from pretty much the similar locations. He has to contend with the elevation change and severity of breaking left to right. Now, that means Dhruv has left himself substantially short with his second shot. So he was maybe playing it as a two-shot hole in reaching the green, whereas Manu has hit a very good tee shot and has found himself in the front half of the fringe next to the green. So golf is a game where sometimes
Well, honestly, I love the game. It helps that I played on this course a lot, so I love seeing how the pros get out of situations, handle certain situations, play certain holes. I love seeing the skill on the short game. And there's just so much, there's so many different aspects to golf that you can't get enough of it, and I clearly have the bug. And it's just fun. It's just fun to watch players come out here, battle it out, play great golf, and there's a few guys who make it to the next level. The respect for what they've had to go through, I really understand that, and just a fan of the game. So unfortunately, I did not start playing golf when I was younger. Kind of explains my swing, which is definitely something you don't want to follow. But I love the game. Started it probably 8-10 years ago, and it's just been a lovely ride. I started off as 20 handicap, or slowly coming down now, single digits, and just enjoy playing the game. I just love it, and any time on the golf course is a good time. That feeling when you hit a couple good shots that will bring you back to the course, that's 100% real. And my favorite club in the bag, I think that changes. Like I said, because of the handicap that I'm in, I would say my 9-9. I like chipping with my 9-9 around the green. There's some beautiful courses in India. I love the one here in Chennai. I love playing in Kalhad in Ahmedabad. That's where I've met a lot of the players, and I've seen a lot of the things that they go through in practice and training, and spend some time with them, so that's been great. And I like playing at KGA, I like playing in Calcutta. I mean, honestly, the fact that we're getting nicer courses in India, more accessible courses in India, I think that's really good for the game. Definitely not serve and volley. I was a baseliner. Drive, chip and putt, I can't say that comes naturally either. But right now in my life, I think I would, 4 hours on a golf course is something I really look forward to. 4 hours on a tennis court can be very torturous sometimes. So, I guess you know which one I'm.
Now, Rohan finds himself in pretty much Zamal territory, but before that, it's Manu Gandas. Manu's got, from the looks of it, he's trying to lob it up onto the top tier where the flag is cut out. Not the best of efforts by Manu. I mean, we were expecting that golf ball to be very, very close. But that's the severity of this green. I'm presuming the place here, which he has tried to land his ball, he was expecting a bit of a, bigger and softer bounce because of the uphill, but doesn't seem to be the case. The ball has just kept on rolling off the green.
Yes, didn't check at all. It just dropped and kept rolling.
Do you see the surface where this flag is cut out is very, very small, and even Rohan, after that very good shot, has seen the ball just trickle away ever so slowly away from the hole.
All the pins today are very tucked away, Aditya. So the players are having to really hunt for the corners of the greens, in fact, to make gains. Which is why they're actually pushing the game to the maximum extent possible trying to get as close to the flag, but because of the positioning, very little green to play with. The ball will either rolling off on one side or the bunkers behind. So Dhruv is opted for safety. I think on this hole, he's just kind of put his putt as close to the hole as possible.
Yeah, that's a very good putt by Dhruv because he has hit it inside 5 feet, and he's been rolling the golf ball very well with his flat stick, because this is not an easy putt from down where he had hit his first putt from, especially after the tee shot which he'd hit didn't find the exact spot. And if you have not hit the fairway on this green, the flag being cut out on such a small level, you have to be very cautious.
Also, Manu could have put Dhruv under pressure at this point, but because his ball has run on and it's kind of in a very odd position. I mean, though it's he has an uphill shot, which will make it a little easier. Uh, he could have put. He definitely had the chance of putting some pressure on Dhruv with this on this hole because of his drive. That's an excellent. This is Rohan has had a very up and down day. I mean, he's been on the greens. He's been absolutely stellar, but getting to the green has been his undoing today. He's rolled in some great putts, but he's hit some uh, improvable shots to get to the greens.
Yes, very, very important. If Manu can pop this one in, it is very wow. That
very, very close.
That ball did everything other than getting home. That would have looked dangerous for somebody who is sitting pretty at 14 under par alongside Manu Dhruv, Sharon, that is. As we are nearing the completion for round 4, the final round of the TNGF Pro, the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 holes are running out, and which means in a very short while we'll have a new tournament winner, and not only a new tournament winner, we will have a new lowest total for the course being set, the winning number. And Dhruv has his work cut out for himself as he rolled this putt very comfortably. Now, with 8 holes to go, this is a very, very interesting time as Badal is playing exceptionally well. Very quietly, he's sneaking very close to the leaders. He's 5 under par for the round without making a huff or a puff about this. He's contoured his way with a good start and played well enough to not drop any shot at that trickery of hole 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And after that, he's again accelerated by making 2 birdies on hole number 10 and 11. So he's 12 under par, and now it is somewhat of a 3-person chase down.
Yeah, he's opened up the race for sure because he's just 2 behind the leaders and playing very steady golf, making gains wherever he can. He picked up 5 shots in all, opened the back 9 with 2 birdies in a row. So if one of the guys in front make even a small slip, he is definitely getting to a position where he can pounce.
And here's a look at the leaderboard. Both Manu and Dhruv are at 14 under par after completion of 10 holes. And Badal has figured a way to reach 12 under par. Shaurya Bhattacharya and Shaurya Binu alongside Zamal and Rohan are at 9 under par. Sachin Basoya is at 8, Varun Parekh and Veer Alawat at 7 under par. All right, here's the first real look at the beautiful Nissan Magnite up for grabs as a hole-in-one prize on hole number 17th. Somebody is still to claim this beautiful piece of machinery. Very stylish and power-packed vehicle, and the ball has found the dance floor, but did not try and contend for the hole-in-one prize. Well, it's very easier said than done because from the comforts of our com box, we are only expecting a hole in one every time the golf club is swung. But that's not the case. So that's it's not that simple. And here you have, I think it's Karthik Sharma, one of the few left-handers on our golf course.
It's also not a very easy ask, Aditya. It's almost 190, 187 yards to the from the tee box to the edge of the green, which makes it a fairly a mid-range par three. Which you have to be.
Yeah, it's at least a 7 or a 6 iron for most of the field, because at 187 you are looking to pump 7 iron up there, and to make a hole in one with any club's not that easy. Forget about having a mid iron in your hand.
रिटर्न आ रहा है ना युवा, रिटर्न आ रहे हैं ना. सेवन नहीं कैमरा नंबर आपको पता नहीं है. आपको 7 है, आपका 7 है. वहाँ थे तो 7 था. हाँ तो 7 ही होगा. 7 होता है. ओके रिले ओके.
One of the players that I've been fortunate enough to become friends with is Jay Pandya. My brother has a home in Ahmedabad, so when I went there, I loved the academy setup because it reminded me a lot of me growing up and playing tennis, and seeing the kind of work they put in, the diligence, attention to detail, being repetitive. It's just things that were very appealing to me. I love the way that they approach the game. I love the way that they approach training and how they worked on their games while we were playing rounds and things like that. So spend some time with Jay, spend some time with Anshul, spend some time with a few other players from Ahmedabad. But Shubhankar has given us reasons to have high expectations, right? Finishing top 20 in Royal Troon and then coming out and having a solid start. Gaganjeet obviously has, dominated the Indian circuit. And then obviously Anirban playing some incredibly high level golf. And let's not forget, when it comes to the Olympics, obviously Aditi, Diksha, they played incredibly well on the first day. Top 10 in the first day, obviously didn't play as well leading up to the last few days. But, Aditi obviously played well in Tokyo, and they're playing at a high level. They're playing consistently.
Well, what's fun to watch is not only the spectators have trying to flock around and see what's being happening on the golf course, as how the leaders contour their way around their favorite track, the TNGF Cosmo. But in a very short span of time, we will have somebody lifting up that beautiful coveted trophy for the Chennai Pro Championship 2024. Some new course records have been made. Some new scoring records will be structured as the day's play will draw to a close. And from a fair bit distance away, that's a very, very good lag putt from Manu Gandas. I think this he will walk away with a bogey on this hole because he was chipping it from a sizable distance away. And with that attempt of lobbing that golf ball, I think the blades of grass had a little bit of trouble with contact of the club face with the ball, and the ball substantially ended up way further away than Manu Gandas would have thought in his wildest dreams. Now, what's interesting is if this is the Grove's tee shot, then then he can at least pick up one shot on his playing partner, even if he does not hole it. Wow, that was somewhat of a gesture by his caddy.
Yeah, it came very, very close. You could see the caddy was trying to push the ball in with his willpower, but it just missed. Good effort.
Well, Rohan has been putting extremely well throughout the course of play yesterday and today. Let's see what has his flat stick got to do with it. He is a sizable distance away, but from what he's been doing with the flat stick, I won't be surprised if he puts the ball inside the bottom of the hole. Yes, there you have the roaming leaderboard walking behind with the players. You can see the respective players at different scorecards at different numbers. Badal has been making good move. He's at 5 under par for the day and finds himself alone third and two clear of Rohan Dole Patil, who is at 10 under par. Well, while the course of play is being happening at the top, we have had some beautiful scoring also done. Harinder Gupta, who was at 6 under par for the round, has moved substantially from where he began the day at 1 under par and now sits pretty at 7 under par and has broken into the top 10. Shivendra also had a brilliant round going for himself, but a bit of a flutter at hole number 6 and 8 have steamed him off. But nonetheless, he's still locked in a scorecard of 3 under par, which means he's finished and submitted a scorecard of total 3 under par today and a total of 5 under par for a span of 4 days, which mounts up to 283 strokes. Well, Subhash, after a abysmal day from yesterday, has launched in a 5 under par scorecard and he himself has locked in an 8 under par total for 72 holes. Here's another look at the trickery of hole number 9. I think that's Karan Tonk's golf ball, which has ended up over there. Karan has got a forgetful day going on as he's at 5 over par for the day. Very rare do we see people getting over par at that large a number at this magnitude of play, because these are extremely talented players on your screens right now. Now here's a lash at the very last hole for Harinder Gupta, hole number 9, and he's done brilliantly well. He's put himself in a birdie territory and can walk off with a signing of birdie on the very last hole, which is his last hole, the 9th hole of the golf course.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Of the season is up and running. This is the third edition where the players find themselves in the beautiful city of Chennai. We have substantial amount of events left. In the next following weeks, we'll be seeing the HSBC India Legends Championship being held at JP. Thereafter, the Telangana Golconda Masters, where we'll see Aman Raj defend his title at the Hyderabad Golf Club. Thereafter, East Point Golf Club Vizag will host the Vizag Open. And on your screens, for the moment, you can see a lengthy, what I presume, birdie attempt coming up from the Olympian Udyan Mane.
And then it's looking very bright. It's a very orangey colored shirt. He's given that a very, very good whack and still come up short.
Yes, but in all fairness, he was substantially away. Yes, after the Vizag Open, the tour heads to the JNK Open to be held at Jammu Tawi Golf Course in Jammu. Quite a few stops left thereafter. Haryana Open 2024 will see Jairaj Sandhu defend his title in Panchkula. And thereafter, we will see JB trying to chip it in. That's not one of his best efforts. But that's the case over here. The thickness in the rough is substantial and can trouble the best of the players, as we just witnessed.
So it has caught out a lot of players, Aditya. This fringe rough, particularly when you're playing these small chips, little shots on. It is repeatedly we've seen players either underhit it or tough. And then the clubs are getting caught in the grass, and it's just not able to finish the shot. Consequently, the ball is just sort of limping off the face of the club.
Well, I remember when the very first time we were playing the Big Boy Links, I had the privilege and honor of playing with Mr. Vijay Kumar, a veteran of our tour. And I was struggling big time around the greens because the blades of grass are thicker over there. They call it crab grass or elephant grass or something they call it. And he was whistling away, chilling, relaxing as if it's not a tournament round, but a practice round going on. And then I had to ask him that what's the difference between your action and mine? What's happening with the? So his that's a brilliantly hold save, and the fist pump says means a lot. Hi, Jairaj, that's the last time you used that putter. So do remember that.
I'm sure he knows this.
Yeah,
the message has reached him by now.
He's sent me some threatening messages to stay away from his bag. But nonetheless, it's great to see players acknowledging a good putt and getting away with it. And on the 18th, we have Hani Basoya. Hani also making it look very, very simple and calm. Yeah, circling back to that conversation when I had asked for an opinion from Mr. Vijay Kumar. So he calmly, composedly and explained me to me was Baba is ball ke sar pe marne ki koshish karo. That means try to evade those fat, thick blades of grass. Normally, when we chip, we try to shallow out and graze the club very next to the blades of grass and use the bounce. But he said go the opposite direction, get a little vertical, get first make sure that the contact's clean, and it made world of a difference. Here's a look at Udin trying to clean up his last shot and what could have been the last shot. You see, such a small putt, but there was substantial amount of dive over here. Won't be a very comforting feeling for Udin, but Udin's seen way, way much better days under the sun, and very soon with the amount of talent and hard work he puts in, we'll be seeing him back into the winner circle. Yeah, so what I was trying to get is the advice from the senior players. What I got at that point of time was get a little steep, get a little cleaner contact so that the grooves can actually impart some spin.
One of the players that I've been fortunate enough to become friends with is Jay Pandya. My brother has a home in Ahmedabad, so when I went there, I loved the academy setup because it reminded me a lot of me growing up and playing tennis and seeing the kind of work they put in, the diligence, attention to detail, being repetitive. It's just things that were very appealing to me. I love the way that they approach the game. I love the way that they approach training and how they worked on their games while we were playing rounds and things like that. So spend some time with Jay, spend some time with Anshul, spend some time with a few other players from Ahmedabad. But Shubhankar has given us reasons to have high expectations, right? Finishing top 20 in Royal Troon and then coming out and having a solid start. Gaganjeet obviously has, dominated the Indian circuit. And then obviously Anirban playing some incredibly high level golf. And let's not forget, when it comes to the Olympics, obviously Aditi, Diksha, they played incredibly well on the first day. Top 10 in the first day, obviously didn't play as well leading up to the last few days. But, Aditi obviously played well in Tokyo and they're playing at a high level. They're playing consistently on the LET tour. They're having wins on the LET tour. So just to have results like this, I think bodes really well for the sport. And more importantly, is always in any sport, in any country, whenever you have local people come up, the people around them always believe that if they can do it, I can do it too. Excited. I mean, Kapil is a legend in many ways. I'm looking forward to playing golf with him one day because I know that he's a heck of a golfer and a heck of an athlete and a gentleman. So I look forward to that day when it comes. Just taking a look at how he's impacted sport in India and the fact that he's super passionate about golf and he has been for many years. One would imagine that the steps he would take would be the steps in the right direction, and that's always encouraging. So all the best to Kapil, his team and Golf in India, because I'm sure that brighter days are ahead.
A bit of insight from Somveer on expectations to what's happening in the world of field of golf. Now, Badal has quietly moved up to 13 under par, but as of this shot, he has found himself in substantial trouble, but he seems to have hacked it very nicely. If I'm not making a wrong guess, this is the 14th hole, and if you're on the right hand side where Badal had hit it, that's pretty much a dead zone. Well, there you see another player overshooting that. It's very, very easy from this first cut or the second cut to misjudge the yardage because, as we were just talking a short while ago, that the blades of grain can be a real trouble. There you have Shorebinu trying to take some kind of relief, probably a sprinkler head or something. In the meanwhile, let's just update you how and when the tour will be traveling to one of your favorite cities or your hometowns. After Pune, in the second week of November, the tour finds its way to the beautiful pink city of Jaipur, where the Jaipur Open will be played, and Aman Raj will be defending his title at the Rambagh Golf Club. Thereafter, we'll be traveling to play the Indian Oil Over Masters at the Digboy Links. Om Prakash Chauhan probably might get to defend his title in case he comes to play. He's been traveling on the European tour and trying to make the most of his attempts at the starts he's got, courtesy being the number one player for the last season. So a lot of things are available for grabs if you are playing and playing exceedingly well as what Om Prakash had done last season. Thereafter, Karan Pratap will defend his title at the venue is still to be decided, but for the Kapil Dev Invitational 2024. And then the Togo's international as Kormitola Golf Club Dhaka, Bangladesh will host its national open, the Dhaka Open. Siddhikura will be the defending player of that title, and thereafter we have a Vishwa Samudra Open, and after that, the mother of them all, the whopping 3 crore prize money, which will be defended by none other than the superstar Gaganjeet Bhullar at both Golmuri and Beldi Golf Club, which is in Jamshedpur, two different venues for the Tata Steel Tour Championship, an exclusive event only for the people who have secured their card or are being invited. So a lot of money to be made, a lot of world ranking points to be gathered up, and that's a big blast from Shaurya. And he's done exceedingly well. After that, not so very fruitful bump and run, he was trying to achieve as his second shot from the left hand side of the underneath those trees. Well, 14th is not a very long hole, but can pose legitimate threats just because of the narrowness of the hole in terms of the landing spot where your tee shots finds itself. But the green also is a big two-tiered green with severe uphill from back to front. There you have his playing partner Shaurya Bhattacharya from the back edge of the green. I remember this chip not being very easy as the green faces away from you, so got to be very very careful and throw all caution towards getting a pure contact on this. And that's what seems to be Shore's approach towards this particular shot. He's kept the ball back in his position and has made some very good contact. Because the flag is cut out so close to that front of the edge where it can fall off and leave himself with a very, very lengthy attempt. So, all in all, not a very bad chip shot.
Yeah, shot like this promotes caution because if you overhit, you're going to run. You could possibly even roll off the green at the other end. So, uh, playing conservative probably is the better option in this condition.
Well, Badal has left himself a very big tester coming up if he wants to keep his scorecard nice and clean. He has found himself after Manu Gandas dropping that shot and him having a very, very good round going for himself. He's 6 under par for the day, which has put him to 13 under par. He is at the moment currently tied second alongside Manu Gandas. And it's got a very critical putt coming up. Amongst the people who are trying to chase down this trophy hunted down, it is Manu Gandas who has tasted victory on ample number of occasions. Rest, Dhruv, Badal, Rohan, all still to pick up their very first win. Sachin has also crept up the leaderboard at 10 under par.
That slope, Aditya seemed to have kind of checked Badal's hands because he just left that first putt so short. And now he really has a tricky one because it's going downhill all the way and then continues to fall away after that.
It can be a costly, untimely dropped shot for Badal. That ball did everything other than getting home. Now, here's a look at the top five for the moment. Dhruv at 14, Badal alongside Manu Gandas 13. Sachin has made his way up to 10 under par alongside Rohan Dole Patil. So, very critical time for all these players who have put themselves in a position to contend and pick up the trophy, as they are left with very few opportunities left to better their scorecard and in turn glitter up their resume by picking up a title which is the TNGF golf course hosting the Chennai Pro Championship 2024. Yeah, that's a heartburn how that ball just didn't go home. I was leaping over the edge and asking it to be sent again. I mean, the funnier things have happened, but nothing like that where the golf ball just comes and sits pretty at the edge and does not go home.
Both the youngsters in this group, they seem to be losing a bit of focus. Aditya and Shaurya Binu as well as Shaurya Bhattacharya now starting to feel the pressure of bringing it home because they're dropping shots. They dropped a double bogey each on the 12th hole. Looks to have dropped a shot over here. Even their playing partner Badal, this again looks like he has fallen off the pace.
Yes, it's never easy to close out a tournament on the final day, and especially if you're trying to do it for the very first time. And not to forget the extreme heat these players are playing in. This is the third consecutive week they have come from Mysore to Coimbatore and now Chennai. So these three places have had three different climate changes for the boys, and Chennai being the most severe in terms of temperature rises. It's not an easy sport. It really seems very comfortable at the comfort of a com box, enjoying a sip of latte and talking about what various players are doing. When you're out there in the brunt of the heat or the battle or the golf course, there are so many elements you have to contend with: wind, rain, sunshine, severity of the golf course, the extremely well placed playing partner or the leaders. So, yeah, too many variables to contend with. But at the end of the day, there will be one winner. And at the moment, it looks like it is again a two-man tie, as you've got some refreshed scoring of what transpired on hole number 12, where Manu Gandas has made a birdie. Manu, after that birdie, is tied with Dhruv Sharan. One thing about Manu can be said, he is a very good finisher. Just gets lit up towards the back half, and towards the end stretch of this golf course, you have those opportunities to make a lot of birdies. There is this approach shot coming up on hole number 14th by Zamal. Zamal's put some extra spin on that. That's not something what a player wants to see.
Just fell off the shelf, literally just started to climb up and then ran out of speed.
Yeah, I think
Rolled all the way back to the left corner of the green, and that's a long uphill putt coming back.
Yeah, that's a very lengthy putt for Zamal. I guess the backspin can sometimes not be your friend, as we just witnessed what happened with Zamal's golf ball. There you have it once again. That ball did land up on the correct tier, but too much of backspin has spoiled it from staying on top, and Zamal will have the entirety of the green to contend with his birdie putt. We still to see somebody, access this correct tier on this hole. Other than Kshitij, we have everybody falling a prey to the elevation change on this green.
Kshitij was definitely dialed in on this approach, Aditya. He found the top shelf and he made sure the ball stayed there. It dropped and just rolled a couple of feet forward, and he is really well placed on this hole. The others sort of either they kept it a bit too short, or the backspin carried it, back across the lip of the shelf, and they've fallen away down the green. This is again, a very slopey green. Flag once again, pushed to one corner of the left side. Not much space to play with from there.
Yes, it is a very tricky green, and there you have a Zamal from Bangladesh will have a very, very lengthy birdie putt coming up from down south. It's going to be changing not only elevation but also going to break substantially from his left. There you see. No, that's not what he was expecting. He's extremely underheaded. Could have used a little bit more fuel behind that golf ball. Let's just hope his recovery part does the job and he can walk away with a par on this hole. I'm sure Lohan has learned a thing or two about the severity of the speed because of the elevation change on this hole. Lohan generally a very, very talented putter. I've seen him hold some seriously good putts over the span of his career. I remember we were playing some back down somewhere not somewhere exactly in Ambi Valley, and wow, you can see how good he's made with that hit. Just the speed and the line to near perfection. Yeah, so we were playing Ambi Valley and he was playing with me. He putted the lights out of that round. I think he shot a 5 or a 6 under par in Ambi Valley just at the strength of his putting.
Yeah, he certainly managed to scare this hole and just shaved it as the ball kind of just cut away at the very last minute. From that distance, an excellent putt. And Zamal is left wondering what he did wrong or what he did less on that first putt. And he will definitely want to avoid a 3-putt here, because he's managed to sort of recover from that bogey on 11 with a birdie on 12, and you would not want to give yet another shot back to the course at this point in time. And he's closing in on a top 5. He will want to stay on in the top 5 definitely, if not push up further. And he did what he did not want to do. The ball again breaking at the last minute, left to right, and cutting away from the pin.
Yes, some really interesting piece of information has been been provided to us by media head Mr. Nikhil Kalan. If Badal wins, he will be the 11th winner on our tour, 11th international winner on our tour. Previously, this feat has been achieved by 4 Sri Lankans: Aruna Rohana, Mithun Pereira, N. Thangaraja, and K. Prabhakaran. Before that, 2 Bangladeshis had done it, Siddiqur Rahman and Zamal. One Nepalese national, which I was forgetting yesterday, Shivram Shrestha. He can hit it a country mile. And also Kunal Basin from Australia, and Lamchi Bing from Singapore, and Priyaj from Thailand. So If Badal can somehow surmount away from that double bogey, which he very untimely experienced on 14th hole, he could be the 11th international winner. But for that, he has to fight with the two players in top form, which is Manu and Dhruv. There you have it, Kshitij walking away with I think the only birdie we've seen on hole number 14th till now.
Definitely in this group, everybody else has dropped short. He really made full use of that approach where he stuck it on the top shelf and made sure the ball, did not roll off either beyond or back down the green like it had with Jamal's ball. And yeah, Badal Hussain could have threatened, but now with that double bogey, he's once again fallen three behind. And he only has now 3 holes to go, with the lead group still having 5 holes to play. Unless something goes drastically wrong, which is highly unlikely given Manu Gandas's class as well as experience, Badal may have to wait for another occasion to make a push for that win by yet another overseas player on PGTI.
We do not think that both the leaders are going to falter up, because if you look at the track record of how they've played and walked around on this golf course for the last 3 rounds, each one of them, both Dhruv and Manu Gandas, have only shot in 60s. They have not even touched 70. Dhruv has managed a 69 and a pair of 67s to be at 14 under par alongside one under for today. And so has Manu Gandas. He started off with a 67 and joined a pair of 268s. And after being one under par, is at 14 under par. Talking on that same little note, here's a look at the leaderboard.
Dhruv Sharan and Manu Gandas once again where they are where they were at the start of the morning, locked together at the top of the leaderboard on 14 under par. Badal Hussain just falling behind on his last hole with the double bogey, which drops him to 11 under par for the day. For his total, Sachin Basoya on 10 with 3 holes to go. And then the field stretching out behind them: Rohan Dhole Patil 9 under par, Subhash Tamang 8 under, Hani Basoya 8 under, Veer Alawat, our PGTI, Tata Steel PGTI order of merit leader, on 8 under, Jamal Hussain falling to 8 under with 4 holes to go, and Shaurya Binu and others coming up on 7 under par. So, like, we have now virtually in the home stretch of this rupees 50 lakh Chennai Pro Championship at that Cosmo TNGF. And once again, Aditya, it seems to have resolved itself into, or become a two-horse race as it was when we started in the morning.
Yes, sir. We've seen some challenges being mounted up towards the leaders in shapes of Sachin and Badal, but they are still a long way away from catching up the leaders. The closest someone has come is in shape of Badal, who was at 13, but that untimely double bogey on the 14th has pretty much called off his challenge towards this edition of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024. Now, those of you who are wondering what both the players in front of your screens were doing, they were using the distance measuring devices, which are now, under the new rules of RNA and USGA, help you gauge the distance to a pinpoint accuracy. Not only does it help the pace of play, but it also lets the player know the exact yardage to the number. There was a mighty heave from the fairway from Ajay. Ajay, I think he laid up a little too far back than he would have wanted to, but nonetheless, it's on the dance floor. He's nice and clean up. And here is our first look at the defending champion for the KGF Grand Thornton, Kapil Dev Invitational from last year, Mr. Karan Pratap Singh. Karan has come up a little. Oh no, that's wonderfully done. Looked like he was coming a little short of the green, but that ball has hopped forward onto the front half of the green.
Hey, even on the lead group, I mean, the leaders, so to say, the top five or top seven, pressure is definitely beginning to tell. I mean, also the fact that it's the closing last 4, 5, 6 holes of what must be a very, very long and hot week for the players.
That was extremely talented blast out from the bunker for Zamal. Zamal's hit some brilliant bunker shots for recovery. You know, and what he did on the sixth hole, what he did on the second hole, what he's done over here. The professional golfers do make it look very, very simple and comfortable. The outside of the reality is that it is anything but simple or comfortable when you're actually on the trigger pulling that shot off.
Abhinav Lohan taking his time with the putt. These are not easy greens to read at all, and particularly this stretch. Even though scoring has been on the low side over here, it's very easy to drop shots. As Badal Hussain has found, and he's dropped 3 shots in his last 2 holes. Abhinav is taking his time, making sure he gets everything right, doesn't try to maximize returns on this attempt.
Well, we are on the edge of our seats trying to figure out who's going to do what on the hole number 14th as the two-man horse race which is going on for the winner between Manu and Dhruv can get a bit shuffled up after those tee shots where we saw they've ended up. Dhruv in prime time real estate in the middle of the fairway versus Manu Gandas in the wilderness and has blocked himself out from any scope of making a birdie. But weirder things have happened in the game of golf, and never count out a past champion who has hoisted the trophy on endless occasions.
Certainly, that would make a difference. Aditya, the fact that somebody who's won as frequently as Manu against Dhruv, who's basically won only on the feeder tour and of course topped the qualifying school, but never won on the main tour, would definitely be even the approach would be a little different. I'm sure mentally they would be looking at this last 4 or 5 holes in a slightly different way.
Yes, if Dhruv can evade a surmountable challenge which is in his face in terms of Manu Gandas, it will be placing a cherry on top of your Sunday. It's never easy to win, and this man from Gurgaon can exceedingly do well and pick up his very first title. I'm just wondering where will he keep this trophy? Will he keep this trophy back at his place or his parents' place, or will it go to his in-laws' place at Japan? He's married to a Japanese a lady, and quite often they do travel to Japan. Here's another look at Ajay Basoya. Ajay violently trying to control the golf ball from that rather precarious location in the sand.
Yeah, but the fact that he's married in Japan, his ninja side seems to be fairly under control because he's playing very cool golf.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think he's got any ninja side in himself. He's what you get to see on his face. He's got a relatively calm demeanor and keeps to himself and keeps on grinding the midnight oil. And that's the only way a professional athlete is expected to behave and conduct himself. There you have Manu has put himself on the middle of the left hand side of this green, and if he's done that, he's done exceedingly well. This is reasonably easier up and down for him to save his par attempt.
That flag is placed in such a spot. Aditya, it is testing the abilities of even the best. I mean, that runoff area is on either side. If you go right, you're going straight down the green back. If you go left, you're going the other way to the outer edge of the green. So it's really been a real tester. I mean, over the first 3 days, we saw this hole gave up a lot of birdies, but today it's really taking a toll. If you're not precise, like Kshitij was when we saw a few minutes ago, when you landed on the top shelf or in the middle shelf rather, you will pay a fairly heavy price. And I think all of these players on the screen in front of us are finding that out because they really are struggling, have really struggled to put the ball in the right place so it stays or sticks on the putting surface.
Yes, the severity and difficulty of the Chennai golf course is up at display, as you saw. Even the so experienced Manu Gandas falling a prey to that thick rough on the sides of the greens. I mean, not in the wildest dreams, somebody would have projected that Manu Gandas, after his chip shot, would be further away. I mean, that far off is one in a million scenario for him. And his putt to save par has also not been exceptional one. He's substantially left himself too short. Now, this is a very critical juncture for Dhruv. If Dhruv can make a par or a birdie on this hole, he would have put serious daylight with very few holes left to play with amongst himself and Manu Gandas. So these are the opportunities which very critical, and all the good players over the span of time we have seen and learned from have capitalized on these opportunities. Rohan has a very unique way of setting up with the golf ball. I mean,
Very open
if you
stance.
It's a very, very unique stance. To each as his own. I mean, in this game, there is no correct or wrong setup as long as the job is done to a desired effect.
This is a, like you said, it's a very, again, but he is also not in a very good place. He's on the top shelf of a green that is a three-tiered green, and with the pin sort of on the edge of the second tier, which makes it very, very tricky.
Well, on this on this tier, on this flag, on this green right today, there is no easy spot. You have to give it every inch and ounce of caution which it demands. And Dhruv's done very extremely well. If that's his birdie putt, he's left himself with less than a foot for par to tap in,
This is a tap in.
and that's exactly what he's done.
So you could possibly see again one shot gap opening up here. If he has got a par and Manu gets a bogey.
We're not really sure about the gap what opens up, but the principal is hovering close by, as we just saw Mr. Chari at the back of the green. So there is some gap which has opened up in the pace of play, which will soon be filled up as the black and yellow will be chasing down our leaders to catch up. Very, very critical time for Manu Gandas at this point in time for the championship of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024. Well, that little definition of every shot counts, every stroke matters is up at display right now. This is a very pivotal moment for both the leaders, Manu and Dhruv. If he makes this part, he's just going to drop one shot. If he does not, then it's a two-shot deficit. And two-shot deficit is difficult to catch with only 4 holes left to play. And that seems to be the case.
He knew he had not hit the right putt because he started walking as soon as he putter made contact with the ball.
While the players figure out a way to reach on to the next tee, a big applause and a shout out to the tour partners in terms of supporting professional golfers to achieve their dream and acknowledge this as a career. Tata Steel, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan, Electroplus, and Rolex. They're the tour partners of the Professional Golf Tour of India, and brands like these do endorse and help youngsters achieve their dream passions and follow their career in terms of becoming professional golfers. We also would like to thank Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, and Golf Design India as they are PGTI partners and also supporting golf in various aspects. Professional golf, unlike just like any other support, just like any other sport, needs and requires the support of such big brands coming out and going out of their way to support this. And here is a look at my roommate, Mr. Gaurav Pratap Singh. He's recently notched up a win in his home course, Noida Golf Club, and is playing his last hole on the ninth and has decided to gun down the cameraman with his golf ball because the flat stick is not where the ball is ended up.
I think you see the cameraman trying to see the camera wobble, definitely trying to get out of the way of the ball.
But I'm sure Gaurav will make his up and down because he is exceedingly good with his short game. And as we get our regular updates happening on the scoring aspect, Dhruv has, after that very simple, straightforward, ordinary par on the hole number 14th, has found himself alone at the top of the leaderboard at 14 under par, courtesy a very big blemish by Manu Gandas on hole number 14th. A six from nowhere has stung his challenge to pick up the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course trophy for the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 in a spot of bother. He has to now chase up Manu. Manu has to now chase up Dhruv and chase up really, really quick because they've barely got any holes to left to play with.
And this is that complex, Aditya, where you have a par 3 followed by a par 5, another par 3, and another par 5. So, par 4s on this course are where players are really actually dropping shots on, and the par 3s and 5s are where they're making gains. So, if Dhruv Sharan can just keep his act together now, 4 holes, he is not won ever. Manu has won 8 times. So, there's that big, of course, that difference is there. The mental approach will be, I'm sure, different. But it does open the door for him in a very big way for Dhruv Sharan. And Manu Gandas has given him the opportunity that he needs. Even the breathing space, actually, the pressure must be off now. That having somebody alongside you, even one shot behind, is one thing. Having a two-shot cushion with just 4 holes to go and only three par threes and par fives in front of you will definitely be some relief to someone who's never won on the main tour before.
Well, if you look at it, yes, there is a substantial breathing space for Manu courtesy. Sorry, it's a substantial breathing space for Dhruv courtesy Manu's falling a prey to the hole number 14th. Here's a look at Rohan on. I think he's coming. He's trying to make his way out of the bunker on hole number 15th. Yeah, and he's done very well for himself after that. Now, circling back to Manu, Manu has played hole numbers 15, 16, 17, and 18 for the last 3 rounds at a whopping 6 under par. So he's done a bunch of his scoring at this 4-way thing. And if you look at Dhruv on the hindsight has also played well on these holes, but he's only played at 3 under par. So let's see how things go about. But yes, as we notice, it's a par 3, par 5, par 3, par 5. So something funny can happen very quickly. As on the live feed too, we just saw Badal holding out for his birdie on hole number, we are presuming to be 16th. There you have Manu has a lengthy birdie attempt coming up on live feed 1 and Shaurya on live feed 2 while playing the hole number 16th. Both ready to pull the trigger. Manu has already launched his golf ball towards the hole. It is trying to make his way towards the flagstick, and on live feed 2, Shaurya Bhattacharya also comes up just a roll and a half short from making it. And there you have Mr. Chari with the clock in his hand, making sure the pace of play is met. No undue advantage in terms of time spent is being utilized by anybody. Every player has been given a stipulated amount of time window to play that hole, and if you do not do that, then you have to contend with that man on your screen with that black cap, blue t-shirt. You are given an exact amount of time to play the hole, and that's how it works out.
And the sun is out and it's full force now. You just saw Shaurya Binu pick up an umbrella for the first time today. And as he walked off that green.
Well, Shaurya Binu's caddy has been carrying an umbrella all throughout, but I think this is the first ever time Shaurya has also picked up one for himself. It's always better to stay under the shade and keep your gray matter nice and cooled up.
and stay rehydrated in this, because it's very humid in Chennai, and you sweat a lot. So, like when you said, one of your tour partners is will be on hand to provide the refreshment and the
Yes, both
replacement of
Bisleri
fluids.
and Amrutanjan Electro Plus are co-partners and make sure that the players stay hydrated. Another look at an attempt from Kshitij Navid Kaul on hole number 17th to drive away with the Nissan Magnite. Powerful car, beautiful color, and is still, as they say, up for grabs because nobody till the now has made a hole in one on that hole. So got legitimate 9 tries left.
Yeah, 3 groups. So what happens if 2 people now get hold? Is it the first person?
First person. Early bird
Early bird
gets
winner.
the worm.
Right.
Over here, the worm is bigger than the bird.
That's a very good finish for Dhruv. These are the pressure holes for him. A man who has not won on the main tour. Has 2 wins on the feeder tour, has topped the Q school, but never won on the main tour. And he is now 3 holes away, three steady holes away from what would be a career changing result, a life changing result for him. The 50 lakh rupee Chennai Pro Championship at the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course with a fairly hefty winner's check waiting for whoever comes home with the lowest score. And we're into the final 3 holes of what will definitely feel like an extended event for the players who are still out on the course. 72 hole stroke play under the hot Chennai sun. Even though the breeze has come and gone, you can see with the number of umbrellas that just crossed your picture. It's getting hot, and this is the warmest time of day in Chennai. So everybody will be looking to finish as quickly as they can, but again, no one will want to rush things because the stakes are so high, and there is still a lot to play for. The final par 3 on the TNGF Cosmo course with the Nissan Magnite still up for grabs, and the number of claimants running out. This is the last final three groups in contention, and that magnificent car is still available. So. And everyone is going to fire. Though it's a mid-range par 3, 181, 182 yards. And the lure of the car certainly will be there, and players are slinging the ball in, hoping for the best. But this particular group doesn't seem to have found much luck because we haven't yet seen a ball on the green. So they're well off target as far as the hole-in-one is concerned.
Yes, here's a look at some of the players closing out on hole number 9, and now that's lucky.
Lucky rebound from the wall.
Maybe intentional, never know. Pokhraj might have calculated the maths on that one to use the recoil and have fun with that. Badal seems to be in a spot of bother after that shot because that ball went more sideways than forward. Well, 16th is a path 5, but nonetheless, you still have to be in the short grass if you want to challenge somebody who's 2 shots ahead of you in terms of Dhruv Sharon, who is our leader for the clubhouse. That's interesting. That drone shot projected that somebody is still practicing their putting past the round.
It's interesting to see, at least today, that a good number of people have picked up shots on this hole, on the closing 18th hole. The whole bag full of birdies, a couple of eagles as well. Said Saqib Ahmed, our day one leader, has picked up 2 shots on this hole. Sachin Basoya, Subhash Tamang, Hani Basoya, Veer Alawat, Sarthik Chibar, all finishing with birdies.
Well, back to the live coverage, you can see Badal making his way towards the 16th green, and Shaurya. Yes, my apologies. That's the 18th hole is what Badal has to contend with. Shaurya Binu's approach shot has come up substantially short, but nonetheless, it's on the putting surface. Let's see if the short game skills of Badal can produce one last heroic, and maybe he can chip in a eagle and tie the leaders at 14 under par. Stranger things have happened in this game, and won't call it out dead in the water till the time it's been struck, the golf ball that is.
Well, from 13th hole onwards, Aditya, Badal Hussain has gone birdie, double bogey, bogey, birdie, and birdie. So, he's 8 holes, he's got just one par. And a string of birdies, one double bogey, one bogey. So anything is possible. There's a par 5, and he's on the green. So if he picks up one more shot over here, that will take him into sort of sole second place for now. And it will also be the clubhouse target.
Yes, whatever Badal does, if he chips it in for a eagle or makes a birdie on that, that will be the clubhouse lead for the moment. There's a look at the top 5 at the moment. Dhruv at 14, Badal 12, Manu Gandas 12, Sachin Basoya 11, and Subhash Tamang at 8. So inside the top 5, we have 2 international contenders for this. Although they're a further away apart from what they would have liked, but still goes to show the depth and diversity in the field. You have international stars trying to contend on home soil, just primarily for 2 particular reasons. One, world ranking points. 2, career options. The Professional Golf Tour of India has gone strength to strength under the leadership of Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi. I remember we were coming out to Chennai for playing 20 lakh events, and now it's up to 50. It's more than double. Most of the tournaments we are playing now are 1 CR. So this is a realistic opportunity for a lot of youngsters to pick up the sport and start licking their chops and getting to those wee hours of evening and start practicing very hard, as being a professional golfer is no easy work. But yes, now it is a legitimate career option. You should try and give yourself the opportunity and try and see if you have what it takes to be another Manu Gandas or the Dhruv Sharon in the making. Too many legendary people in the store have made a career options for themselves, be it Anirban Lahiri, Gaganjit Bhullar, or
Yeah, you look a little further back, Arjun Atwal, Jeev Milkha Singh, Jyoti Randhawa. We have lovely, great. In fact, youngsters have a line of
yeah,
good role models to follow.
Shubhankar.
Shubhankar, Gagan is doing so well. So there's a lot of inspiration for younger golfers to, and then like you're saying, it's actually a viable career option, increasingly becoming a viable career option, which I'm sure the PGTI is working hard to make even better.
Yes, now having a look at that, Shaurya, who collected his win on the second half, beginning of the second half in Mysore, has got a lengthy, what I'm presuming, birdie putt. Could be an eagle attempt. He's left it just a bit short. Well, Shaurya would be completing his scorecard and his round if this seems to be the last stroke of the week for him. Shaurya has had a very troublesome back nine, as he's dropped 6 shots in the back nine itself and seems to be 3 over par for the day and a total of 4 under par. And that what could have been a birdie has now got to be a par for him, and he will sign off 3 over par for the day and a total of 4 over. Not the outing the young man was looking for, but chin up and big strides towards the next event, because in a sporting event, a lot of things can go wrong. You just need 1 week to click and work towards what you have intended. And on that note, you can see what Dhruv has been up to. Dhruv has just made 2 bogeys and he's riding high on 1 under par total for today, and which could be bringing him into limelight, as if he continues to stay where he is right now or betters his tally, he could pick up his very first maiden title on the Professional Golf Tour of India. There you have Badal after those very good birdies on hole number 16, 17th. Will sign off with a scorecard of 12 under par at the moment, which means he is tied for second position unless Manu can jump up and take either sole position for solo second or even contend for the title at 14 under par. Well, after the course.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होशी
Bisleri. Drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम झूम झूम
Holes number 16th, 17th, and 18th. Now you can see Abhinav Lohan striding towards what is his last hole for the week. Hole number 18th, a par 5. Definitely a reachable par 5 at 481 yards. These days, the boys are hitting the golf balls a country mile, and a par 5 which stands at 481 can definitely be reached upon in two mighty heaves. As we are drawing towards the near completion of the final round of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 at the TNGF golf course venue being Chennai. Here is the very first look at the leaders at the 17th hole, the par 3, which has got the beautiful Nissan Magnite up for grabs for the very first hole in one. We haven't had it till now, and this will be the legitimate last 3 threats of somebody picking up that beautiful car. I think Dhruv has got other intentions at the moment right now than trying to make a hole in one or walk away with the car. His eyes are set on his very first maiden title. And why not so? Because he's worked extremely hard to put himself in that title contention, and he finds himself 2 shots clear of his playing partner and 2 shots clear of Badal Hussain, who's locked in a scorecard of 12 under par, total 276 strokes. That's some extremely good camera work. The ball has been launched really high, and it's on the dance floor and not that far away for some kind of a mishap to happen. He's hit it at the heart of the green and has left himself an uphill putt. So it's all up for Manu to make birdies and try and catch up the leader. With mere 2 holes left, there is a bit of an update which means that Dhruv Sharon has made a birdie on hole number 16th, which means he's now 3 shots clear. So after that tee shot, which he's hit on the 17th hole, he's merely placed at least one hand on the trophy, and it's a matter of time that he can bask in the...
Yeah, just basically keep it together for the last 2 holes. Now. Just finish this off as cleanly as possible and just... Play safe would be a good option at this point in time. Since
Well, he's done the hard yard. He's hit the difficult tee shot in the heart of the green. All he has to now contend is the grey matter in between the ears, and he's done that also to a very good feat.
Basically, stay out of trouble with his drive on 18. That's all that you need to do.
Yeah, he's been driving the golf ball exceedingly well. Even if he tries to, play it as a 3-shot hole, I won't be surprised. But the way he goes about driving with his accuracy on the driving, I won't be surprised if he comes out with the driver and seals the deal with a monstrous drive down the middle, as he did on the very first hole, outdrove all his playing partners.
Badal Hussain has finished and he's set the clubhouse target of 1200 to 76. Dhruv Sharan still has, well, he's teed off on the 17th hole, 17 to finish, and then 18 after that. And he's on 15 under par with a 3-shot cushion at the moment along on his playing partner Manu Gandas, who had started off level with him on 13 under par at the start of the day, and currently is now 3 shots behind. So we're not even going to reach that under 17 under, Aditya, that we sort of talked about in the morning. It's in 15 under and 2 holes to go.
Yeah, maybe Dhruv can make birdie eagle.
Two birdies in a row will get you there. Otherwise, you're not going to, not even going to get there.
Yes, it's not easy picking up your first title, especially when you have a bunch of players trying to gun you down and in close proximity. But Dhruv has shown his mettle. He is 2 under par for the round and is 3 shots clear. Now, Manu needs to hold this and give himself a try. He's almost done it, but with that chip not finding the bottom of the hole, that means Sampath Chari still got the clock out at the back half of it. Mr. Chari is making sure that the leaders catch up with the group ahead.
Also, I think the finals, what would is the likely final score again underlines, Aditya, that this has not been an easy course to tackle. I mean, on an average, we are seeing what 15 under after 4 days is what less than is 3.6, 3.7 whole gain of 3.7 per day. Not even 4 under on a daily basis, so which just drives the point home that between the breeze and the trees and the thick grass of the fairways, the players have had to really contend with a lot of changeable conditions in the chase of this fairly substantial prize money. You see a tournament leader there, birdie putt for him, sends the ball on the way.
He's done exceedingly well with that lag putt. It's just inside 2 feet. Give it a decent scare, and now this is the reason we are experiencing Mr. Chari at the foothills of the leaders. You see the group ahead has nearly completed their 18th hole, which is a par 5, and to have an empty hole in front of you is definitely only one thing, that the pace of play is not being met. Here is Rohan's attempt at what we presume would be his birdie attempt on this hole. Rohan's had a frightful day. He's made 4 birdies and dropped 5 shots. So that untimely double bogey on the 8th has been troubling him quite a bit. Well, it's great to see a big gallery gathering up to see who will be the winner of the inaugural Chennai Pro Championship 2024. Great to see some galleries come out to see how the players contend on their favorite golf course, that is the TNGF Cosmo, and also to show their support to their favorite players. At the moment, the crowd pleaser and the favorite is Dhruv Sharon, as Dhruv finds himself 3 shots clear of his closest pursuers.
Manuganda is cleaning up for a par on the penultimate, well, the 17th, which is a par 3. He now has a par 5 in front of him, and his playing partner, Dhruv Sharon, 3 shots up ahead on 15 under par, and seemingly closing in on what will be a first senior tour title. 2 wins on the feeder tour, winner of the PGTI Q School, and now 1 hole away from what promises to be a career-changing result for Dhruv Sharon.
Yes, for a person who wins this title or any title per se, he not only gets world ranking points, but he gets into way high up in the order of merit, which is a lot of money in the bank, and opportunities to play the co-sanction and the tri-sanction events, which is the Indian Open next year, and various other co-sanction events which do happen in and around the neighboring nations. So times have seen PGTI climb different ladders, and at right now, anybody who wins picks up world ranking points, money, and ample opportunities to showcase and get better with the game. That was hammered in with some authority by Kshitij. Kshitij not having one of his better days on the putting greens, but still has what presumes to be managed 1 over par, a total of 6 under par. Abhinav Lohan cleaning up his last hole of the day. Not a very satisfied look by Abhinav, because he knows he could have had a different day. He, after what we presume to be a birdie on the last hole, would have signed off with a total of 8 under par and a level par day. Man of his talent on any venue will be shaking his head off if he walks off with a par total for that particular day. Now, Zamal, who's had a tipsy-turvy day, has finished at 8 under par, which means he's tied 6th alongside Shaurya, Binu, Sarthak Chibbar, Veer Alawat, Hani Basoya, Subhash Kamal. That's a very big jam at 8 under par. There you have it. Look at that golf ball banking on the back half of the green. That was hit with some serious authority by Kshitij. There you can see the galleries trying to get into better positions to see what happens on the 72nd hole of this tournament. It's pretty much sealed and done for Dhruv Sharon. And there you have Jay Prakash Sharma and Gagan Chadda helping out the players with their scoring. After you're done with your day's work, the most important thing is to submit a correct scorecard, because the slightest fault on your scorecard could mean that you are disqualified and all that effort goes into vain. But not under the watchful eyes of Jay Prakash Sharma and Gagan Chadda. They are always there as the backbone of the tour, supporting the players at whatever time. I remember myself submitting almost a wrong card and then being told by them to hold on, be mindful of what you're doing, because if you submit a scorecard and you've left your scoring area, you are only eligible for one particular thing, that is being disqualified. So the scoring booth, the scoring area, the periphery set for it is very, very important, that you do not leave that area unless you are certain that the scorecard submitted by you is correct. And now look at pretty much what is going to stand as the final top five. Dhruv at 15 under par, Badal and Manu Gandas at 12, Sachin at 11, and Samal at 9 under par. I'm not certain where Dhruv has hit his tee shot, but what could fairly be said is that this championship will have a first-time winner picking up the trophy at the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course. We'll have a brand new winner for the very first inaugural Chennai Pro Championship 2024. Let's see what the benchmark for scoring is being set by our tournament leader. Here's another look at inside the scoring area. A lot of tedious hours going behind making sure that there is no mistake, and all of us can enjoy the live scoring live on our screens and all on our televisions. Not an easy feat. Now, I really am interested in seeing where is the golf ball of Dhruv Sharan.
And Aditya, like you're saying, as along with the that's one very difficult position. I think that's
Rohan for sure, because Dhruv's wearing somewhat of a Tiger fanboy club, black and red.
That's a nasty lie.
So yeah, his golf ball is in pretty much pole position.
Both Manu and Dhruv are much, much better placed. So, like you're saying, along with the back end of the scoring and at so many levels, I think mention a word, of appreciation for the course superintendent and his staff who've kept this course in immaculate condition on a daily basis, ready for the field to come out and do their best, and at the same time make it challenging, make it interesting. So yeah, a lot of credit to all the backroom people, at every level, who make such a large enterprise run smoothly and without glitches.
Yes, as we're drawing towards the completion of the final round for the inaugural Chennai Pro Championship 2024 at the beautiful, picturesque TNGF Cosmo Golf Course in Chennai. A hefty prize purse of 50 lakh awaits the winner, and the format was stroke play for the week, and Dhruv Sharan is looking to comfortably lift that trophy as his first ever win for a professional golfer. Well, Manu has found the green side sand trap, and if he makes that up and down, he can find himself in a sole position of tied second, as where he did end up last week also. Here's a look at the pretty much the final finishing touches for Dhruv Sharan on hole number 18th, and he has done exceedingly well. He's hit it on the green. So it is safe to presume and say that the young man can enjoy his walk stroll down the last hole for the championship, as every youngster, every athlete who picks up a sport definitely wants to finish at the top of the leaderboard, be it any field of sport. And today would be the day of realization for Dhruv. He will be winning this title. Hopefully, he will go on to pick up a few other titles as his career progresses. But the first one is a memory to cherish no matter what when you receive it.
And also the fact that it is 6 years since he turned professional, because he's won twice on the feeder tour, but that was, I think, before he came on the PGTI itself. It's been 6 years, so that's a very long time to wait for your first win. So that, in that sense, this walk must feel even sweeter for him.
Yes, he's seems to be in a jovial mood with whomever he's having that conversation. Well deserved victory awaits him with the mere finishing touches.
And coming into the final day, locked alongside Manu Gandas, who's an 8-time winner already on the PGTI, spent a year on the DP World European Tour. He must have, somewhere, even in his own mind, probably been, not a favorite to win at the end of the day. But here we are, 17 holes completed, and he is a comfortable 3 shots up on such an experienced and successful rival.
Well, yes, Manu Gandas is a prolific player in all rights. He's established himself as a superstar in this game, and for Dhruv to achieve his very first win under such circumstances can only toughen him for the years to come and better fortunes to follow up. I think that's the first distillery cart I've ever seen in my life. It's got distillery branding all over. Interesting. Well, it's all up to Rohan right now to make his up and down. And he's hit the fairway from that rather precarious location where he had found himself. So an up and down over here will put him up a little bit closer and a little bit heftier in the bank as he sits at 9 under par for the tournament. He can break that jam where he's not much of a jam because it's just a duo of him and Jamal at tied 5th position at 9 under par. But thereafter at 8 under par we have a big number of players. Subhash Tamang from Nepal, Hani Basoya from New Delhi, Veer Alawat from Gurgaon, Saptak Chibber from Sarthak Chibber from Delhi, Shoaib Binu, I think he's from Bangalore, okay, and Abhinav Lohan from Faridabad. It's a very big jam at 8 under par, which is tied 7th position, walks down all the way till tied 12th position. Manu's done exceedingly well after that. If he makes that putt, he will again finish solo second, just like last week. But a player of that magnitude, I'm sure would not be content and cannot be kept down for tied second or solo seconds for a long duration. I won't be surprised if he comes back all guns blazing the next week and clinches the numero uno spot for himself. If he makes this, he's second. If he does not make this, he's still second. That which means he would have he's won once and he's locked in three second positions this week, this year. So his career earnings are trending in the correct way. He's definitely challenging his roommate Veer Alawat for the numero uno spot in the order of merit rankings, and this is the first putt attempt by Dhruv on the last 70-second hole, and he has done brilliantly well. He's lagged it up to maybe a foot and a half. There you have a nod of acknowledgement from most of the gallery and his caddy itself. Let's see what does he do. Does he mark it or tap it in? He's definitely marked it, and why not? So he's definitely earned that podium finish for himself. There you have a last look by Rohan Dhole Patil on hole number 72, 18th hole for the day. If Rohan can make it, he can be at 10 under par, which is a lone fifth.
And whatever the final position, Aditya, for Manu, this will be his fourth top five finish of the season, besides the win at the PGTI Players Championship in Tollygunge, Calcutta, to start the season. So, good returns all told.
I think Rohan was expecting that putt to be a little slower than what he's actually hit it from. He's hit it way past the flag.
This kind of sums up his day, isn't it? He's been hot in patches, cold in patches. Sometimes his putter is fired, sometimes it's not fired. So
that's true, but that's substantial career earnings, and it reflects on your order of merit stature. If he misses out this putt, he will drop down from fifth to a big jam at tied seventh. That's a lot of money, which definitely matters towards the end of the race. Now, this stroke can be worth some substantial money and huge world ranking points. Extremely well done. But this goes to show the material he's made out of. He's definitely cut from a different fabric. That beautiful birdie means he's again finished second, but solo second now. That putt was worth a substantial sum of money. As from being tied, he's solo second at 13 under par, which means Badal will now be a lone third at 12 under par. It's not a small putt left to finish up for Rohan. He's had a decent day with the flat stick at least. Only if the ball striking would have been to his own liking, he would have had a different ending towards this round.
No, he definitely hammered this past the target. I mean, I'm surprised at how far the ball has gone. The fact that that was his closing. Best he could have looked at was a lag, but he has left it, sent it 5-6 feet beyond the pin. 5 feet at least. Not the easiest of finishes.
Yeah, as we were saying, it's
very kind of sums up his day actually. He's been hot with the driver, cold with the driver. His mid irons, his shot, his wedges, everything has worked in fits and starts. Nothing consistently, working together. Unlike those guys ahead of him, and quite a few people behind him as well who finished the day with good scores, 5 unders, 4 unders, 3 unders. And he will definitely finish in blue figures.
Yeah, that sums up his day in a nutshell. And now, for the man to bask under the Chennai sun is our tournament winner. Dhruv Sharan has done it in style. He's taken out his first title, and why not celebrate also in style? At 15 under par, no, sorry, at 16 under par after that birdie, he is won for the very first time. And what better way to take down a giant in terms of one Ugandas for your very first title?
So I think that's a substantial jump in terms of prize money because the winner's check is as low as 10 lakh or thereabouts.
There you have Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, the CEO of Professional War Tour of India, acknowledging the young man's feat, and other fellow players and some gallery members coming and acknowledging the effort and the hard work being put by the young man.
Well deserved congratulations from everybody around. He's really kept a very steady, despite the pressure from behind, obviously, from one contest started alongside. The fact that he's brought it home, not only, which is ultimately it was not close. I mean, margin of 4 shots or 3 shots at the very least is a very convincing story.
Yes, and that effort by Gaurav Pratap Singh has made him get a little bit more sticky. I just hope he's got a change of attire for himself, because otherwise that t-shirt is going to get stuck into his poor guy's back. Well, there you have it. We have drawn towards the close of the championship. We have a new winner, a first-time winner on tour in terms of Dhruv Sharan. He has conquered the challenge posed by the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course at Chennai, the inaugural winner of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024, which carried a prize purse of whopping 50 lakhs. It has its first-time winner, Dhruv Sharan. There you have it, breathing a sign of relief. All he's now got to do is fill in the blanks of the scorecard in the correct manner, and I'm sure he'll have whatever support he requires in terms of Jay Prakash and Gagan Chadha helping him out. You never know, nerves get the better of you, and sometimes something can go off. As long as he is sitting in that combo, in that scoring area, and submits this right scorecard, we will have him picking up this beautiful trophy for the very first time in his career. And
In his place, I would check that scorecard 10 times, not once, not twice, to make sure I do not make a mistake and do not, fumble at this very critical last step.
yes, I'm sure the governing body, which is JP and Gagan Chadha, will also make sure that nothing's gone off, and the young man truly deserves all the accolades and all the acknowledgements towards his efforts on taking down a total of 16 under par and picking up the trophy. For all of the viewers who are still with us and or who have just tuned in a very short while, we'll be having the prize presentation happening at the clubhouse, and stay tuned with us. All these beautiful scoring, what you've seen by the leaders and the people trying to gun them down, were courtesy the media giant AVP and Eurosports, who are bringing you the live coverage of Chennai Pro Championship 2024 in the comfort of your homes or your offices or wherever you're watching this. Round 4 is complete. We have a new winner in terms of a first time winner, Dhruv Sharan.
You have to commend him, Aditya, for the way he overcame that sort of wobble in the middle of the front nine, and he dropped shots on the fifth and eighth holes and kind of allowed Manu Gandas to catch up with him.
Due to the prize presentation ceremony of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024. The tournament witnessed some outstanding performances this week from the likes of Dhruv Shoran, Manu Gandas, Yashas Chandra, Syed Saqib Ahmed, Rohan Dhole Patil and Bishmat Pal Singh. A big hand for all the top performances this week. At the end, we had the most deserving champion and a new winner on the PGTI. We had a new winner last year here in Chennai, and we once again welcome a new winner on the PGTI. To begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, Mr. R.K. Jhawar, Honorary Secretary TNGF, Mr. K.C. Raghunathan, Honorary Associate Secretary TNGF, and Mr. Ram Subbu, Treasurer TNGF. I'd like to invite Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly make the opening address.
Hi, very good afternoon to you all. Well, it's another week. I think it's, it feels like it's just been a few months that we were here, but a whole year has gone by. A very worthy winner. Dhruv, well done, my friend. The first victory. I know how it feels. I mean, sometimes you feel that you're down, but then this game is such that it brings you right back. So well done. I guess the positive feel that you have now will continue. We have a break for a short bit, but wish you the very best. We have a long season till end of December. Well, I'd like to take this opportunity in thanking Mr. N. Srinivasan, Mr. Jhawar, Mr. Raghunathan, and Mr. Ram Subbu, and other members of the committee who've actually been very, very gracious in hosting this event and giving this fantastic golf course to play on. I was just complimenting Venkatesh. Thank you very much. I think a big congratulations due to you to give us a golf course in such fine nick. I mean, I haven't stepped onto the golf course, but what I can see on a visual has been fantastic. The green speeds are phenomenal. So I guess this is like good wine, which is maturing every year. It's always getting better the next year. So, well, I wonder what is going to be the next year. But thank you very much. Everyone else who has actually played a huge role. Ravi, Mr. Ravi Lakshman, you're always standing in the background. I mean, you need to be in the forefront because you have helped us right through for every small detail, large, small. You've always been around, and I'm sorry if any of our PGTI staff have troubled you, because I know you're always the go-to person. Call Ravi. So thank you very much. I appreciate your patience and all your work that you put in. And everyone else in charge of the F&B, everything, please, a big thank you from the PGTI, from the staff of PGTI. So thank you very much. Referees who from Chennai, thank you very much for being a part of this event. And I think most of you will probably see you tomorrow at the Pro-Am. So have a good afternoon, the rest of the afternoon, and all the best for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to invite Mr. K.C. Raghunathan, Honorary Associate Secretary, TNGF, to kindly say a few words.
Hi. We escaped the rains. It was terribly hot. I played. One thing I want to say here, that as amateurs, when we play, we talk about so much about, we blame the caddies, the speed and the slope of the green, etc. Today I was happy, even the pros, they were finding it extremely difficult. That's the only challenge, and to that extent, we're very happy that the course, of course, I'm very happy that, as Uttam said, the entire credit goes to the course team managed by Venkatesh and the team. At the office administration, yesterday there was also some incident, somebody fell sick, and I was very happy when I came in the evening. They told me that he was rescued and he was admitted to the hospital. Today I think stent has been placed and he's recovering well. To that extent, I think I'm really happy that TNGF is risen up to the occasion, and hope next year again, same thing will continue. All the very best for them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. We'll now be making the announcement regarding the course record. A new course record of 8 under 64 was established this week in round 2 by Bishmatpal Singh. A big hand for Bishmatpal, young 21-year-old from Chandigarh. I would request Mr. Ram Subbu, Treasurer, TNGF, to kindly present the check of rupees 20,000 to Bishmatpal for his phenomenal effort. Moving on to the runner-up, I'd request Mr. K.C. Raghunathan, Honorary Associate Secretary, TNGF, to kindly do the honors by presenting the check to the runner-up, Manu Gandas, with a score of 13 under 275, with scores of 67, 68, 68, and 72, for a total of 13 under 275. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 5 lakh. It's now time to announce the winner, and I'd request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly present the check to the winner. We have a new winner this week, Dhruv Sharan, with a total of 16 under 272, 69, 67, 67, and 69. He's won on the feeder tour before, but now he joins the winner circle on the main tour. I'd now request Mr. R.K. Jhawar to kindly present the trophy to the champion. The winner takes away a prize money check worth rupees 7,50,000. I would now request Dhruv to kindly say a few words.
Thank you all for your blessings and wishes. It means a lot. I would like to start by thanking TNGF Cosmo Golf Club. You have been very gracious in providing us this amazing track. I know, being a golfer, what it takes to be away from golf course for 5 days. So thank you so much for that. Then thank you for PGTI tour sponsors, all of them. Without you, our tour is not possible. So thank you again from bottom of our hearts. I'm taking the liberty from all golfers to thank you. And there's so many people who have helped and given their blessings along this long journey of professional golfer, be it amateur golfer. So I would like to thank all of them. My parents, my siblings, my wife, then my coach, my friends. Without their positive outlook towards life, it makes all the difference. When you're down, I missed 2 back-to-back cuts, so it feels good to play 4 rounds of golf after a long time. Thank you all.
A big congratulations to Dhruv once again. We'll now be concluding the prize presentation ceremony, but before we wrap up, we'd like to thank TNGF Cosmo Golf Course for all their support, members of the club, members of the committee, Mr. Ravi Lakshman, GM, TNGF, Mr. Venkatesh, course manager, Mr. Paul, Mr. Srinivas looking after F&B, the course staff, all players, referees and officials, and of course, PGTI's tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, Golf Design India, ABP Live for the fantastic coverage, and Eurosport. Thank you and look forward to seeing you all here in Chennai next year.